Well, 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 well. What brings you here today? I wanted to ask. Don't y'all like? I figured the the cauldron here, the good video background of a cauldron was appropriate for not just for Halloween, but for the Mormon crackpot crap that's going on right now. It's like a sorry, I'm out of breath. I just had to go run over there and shut the door. Um, it's like a Mormon ticking time bomb, except it's not exploding, it's imploding, if you will. Uh, anyways, hi. So glad to see you guys. I was uh watching Nonsense. Y'all need to go subscribe to her. She is she's like me in a way, in the sense that uh, she's she knows a lot about Mormonism, Mormonology as I term it, uh, and the Mormon speak, and just the behavioral patterns and everything. And she is not scared to tell it like it is. And I'm like, and she's never been a Mormon. And I'm like, me neither, right? And she kicks ass. As I like her, I like her a lot. Oh, sit and spin. It says sit and spin. You're supposed to sit and spin. No. Thank you. Yes, Mormons have lost any and all touch with reality. She's not blanketing the whole thing, I don't think. Well, yeah, maybe she is. We have a freedom of speech. We have criticism, whether it be, I like to talk about it as a healthy criticism. It's not to pick you apart. It's not to persecute you as a Mormon. It is what it is. Usually most people, normal, regular people, take that and they say, oh, maybe I need to look at things a little different. Wonder why my views are so different from other people, whether they're in my religion or not. Wonder why. Look at Ruby Frankie. I wonder why, everybody is dogging my parenting out in the comment section there, if they even turn the comment section on, because they can't handle the criticisms. They delete the comments. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's bad. And I really just want to be point blank in this live stream tonight. I hold back a lot. I really do. I don't know if you know that. It kind of tends to burst out in its own way in what I do and say and talk about here. This isn't easy, you know? None of this is easy. This is why the channel's name is difficult to research. This is difficult. It's difficult and it's complex, but it doesn't have to be. Yet here we are. Why? Because there are more assholes doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, and it's pissing me off. I'm at the pissed off point right now. I'm like, are you freaking serious, Mormon church? What in the actual fuck is going on? Round up your people, do this, and confront it. Don't just do it in a vague, uh, cloaked in talks. Oh my God, what's the word? Parables, where people got to sit there and figure it out and try. That's what I've had to do. I'm like, what in the actual F are they talking about? Why do they talk in parables? It is so misleading and it is so extra. It is so extra. And it's a huge layer tactic that the church uses to keep its members separate from the rest of us. And it has been, I mean, I'm shaken, not because I ran over there. That was a long time ago already. Now, I mean, it makes my blood boil bad. I don't know. It's like, and then you see the apologists come in droves, you know? I don't think they F with me too bad. If they do, I ignore them. Or, I'm just like, "What?" I just type something snarky back if I even feel like entertaining it, which I normally don't, because it's just I've got more better things to do, more constructive things to do, and they don't know. It's like some of them just don't know how to sit with criticism. They think it is a personal attack on the saints, okay? You can't spell saints without ain'ts. I'm from where the New Orleans Saints play. Trust me, we've had our seasons of the ain'ts. And hello, plausible deniability. Or Bill Reel always says, uh, deniable plausibility. He says it backwards sometimes. Cognitive dissonance. It's your friend, right? Hey, S.L. Conley. Yeah. Oh, man. I mean, it's just been, when I saw this last night, I was like, what? What? When I saw the title, Nadine, and I was just like, what the is going on? You know? Okay, so I was like, all right, I'll entertain it. What you got? Roll the dice, right? And I'm watching the interview of the dad, Ben, and I'm talking about the missing teen, Blaze. Uh, what's the last name? Thibaudeau? Not Thibaudeau. Crap. I probably need to know that. It slipped by me, right? Like, I don't know. Anyways, y'all will let me know because you guys are so smart and on top of it. But it's some coon ass name without an X at the end. That's all I know. I don't know what's going on. It is triggering for me, so I can't imagine what. Look, my ear just got hot. Yes, it is bad news. Yes, it is. That's seems to be what brings us together, unfortunately. It's like those little moments where, we're like, yay, when you're celebrating that, the court has released your nephew's body so you can bury him 4 fucking years later. What is that? But they're small. They are small steps, in my opinion, towards justice. They are the little. I'm not gonna stop using this phrase because I liked it before the Coxes came in with their silver linings crap. These are the silver linings, in my opinion. These are the little pockets, the little reminders of why you're here, why I'm here, why I'm doing what I'm doing, and that all this Mormon crap that I have crammed inside of my head over the past 4+ years has not gone to waste. It's a unique and very odd, I don't even know if you want to call it, I don't even know what to call it, skill, expertise, whatever one would dub whatever this is that I do. I don't know. Oh, I thank you, cat lady. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It really does suck. It does. And it is triggering. It does bring you back. It really. Let's just breathe. Let's breathe. I believe that JW are a cult too. Yeah. I have found that using the C word isn't very constructive. Like, because it's looked at as a derogative, it's that's how they view it. And so I compare dealing with Mormons, the Mormon church. This is how, here's a little glimpse inside my little mind mapping here. But I look at the church like it is a narcissistic father because it's patriarchal. Okay. if you keep that in mind the whole time, you never can just think of it as a church with feelings. It does not have feelings. It is a corporation, and it will mow you over in a heartbeat like that. Won't even flinch. They don't even know who you are. They're just like, oh, we need to send out some more missionaries so we can bring the tithing money back in, so we can save up for the second coming of the 800 or the 11th second coming in Mormon history right here. Okay. How many times can Jesus come back and never come back? You're doing it all wrong. It's like doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. That's not how it works, right? Very self-serving, right? Okay, I gotta chill out. That's when I start talking, and I don't want to talk at you. I'm kind of bitching right now. I'm bitching. It sucks. Ah, I don't even know. And so this is thank you. I'm sorry, I'll hide it. This is where I'm at. I was watching, so last night, saw the headline, Nate Eaton, East Idaho News. I'm like, what? Okay. So I'm listening to Ben. Oh, I need his last name. Let me look it up. Okay. Hold, please. Hold, please. Let's see. Okay. What did y'all think whenever you saw the headlines, right? What did you think? Did you say, oh shit, here we go again? Round 50 in what, 2 months? No. I mean, but might as well be. It's one too many. And so here we are yet again. Tylee and JJ aren't even out of the headlines. They're not even adjudicated yet. They haven't gotten justice. Charles hasn't gotten justice. Brandon hasn't gotten justice yet. There are still things to do. There are still I's to dot and T's to cross. And here we are. And I mean, KJ said it, and I was like, oh man. She was like, Kresha has been saying this, shouting it from the rooftops with the bullhorn, saying it's gonna happen again. And it's like, oh man. And it sucks. It's reality though. It is reality. Hey Chuck, it's so good to see you. Oh, yeah, right. Freaking. So, okay. Oh yeah, I went and found it's Thibaudeau without a T. I mean, without an X. Jody has it in connections. So we found the X. All right. It marks the spot. So what's going on? What is going on, Mormons? What is going on? I don't care. There's a missing teenager. And so that is the only thing I'm focused on. Because where I'm going to go with my theory, it even kind of took me by surprise. Usually it's like I imprint on these Mormon cookie cutter rinse, repeat stories. And I'm like, okay, well, here's just more proof and more proof and more proof. And I just keep building my case, so to speak. And to show that this is not just Chad and Lori. I know that they may not know each other. They may not be in the little immediate circle. But it only proves it's proving continuously. And I'm just like, I'm this close. I just need this one little piece of the puzzle. And then I'm going legal route. And I'm not playing. I'm not scared. And I have more time than money. I'm very patient when I'm trying to prove a point. And, the blood of my family being spilled, my mom's name not being removed off of their zombie hit list. I got more time than money. I will never sign an NDA. They can shove it up their fake Jesus asses and sit and spin. Sorry, sit and spin. But it's a good point, right? I'm there. And I I hate that I'm so cynical. I feel cynical. But then I'm like, no, hell no. I'm not the one that's crazy. They are crazy. They are crazy. And I'm not going to be an apologist for that fucking church. I'm not. Hey, Nana. Hey, Helen. Oh, Lord. I've only gained a lot of weight. One day when the Mormons stop with their shit, stop nutting up every 2 seconds or every millennia or every second coming. I'm like, really? It's not supposed to be till April 8th. That's the next one. Everybody knows that. It's April 8th of 2024. That's when the X marks that spot and the path of totality. That's that whole September 28th, 29th thing that Julie Rowe, that KJ brought back up the other day about when the moon turns, whatever. I don't know all the things, but when the moon turns blood red, I don't know. But it's where X marks the spot. There's the eclipses, right? And so there was one in August. I want to say August, no, September. Why did she say September? I want to say it was August 17th or something of 2015, if I'm right. And it actually went over 7 Salems in the United States. Okay. And they're all about the patterns. Patterns is what I call them. Patterns. And I tend to pay attention to those, especially when it pertains to my murdered family members. You kind of tend to not even I don't have a choice. That's just how my brain works. And this is just how I chose to grieve and process everything. So the whole 7 Salem thing. Well, Chad and Tammy lived in Salem, Idaho. Technically, they lived right outside of Rexburg. They lived right inside St. Anthony Parish. I'm from Louisiana. St. Anthony County. So just know that it's a big thing, okay? But also know, and I found this the other day because I was like, what's just a simple way for me to just reference some things? Because I don't always have all the wherewithal, the brain cells, or the capacity or the mental capacity to kind of help people understand the gibberish that comes out of my mouth. And it's not my gibberish. I wish it were. And that's why I make so many awkward jokes and I laugh and I'm just like, this is so freaking crazy. I can't believe the craziness that comes out of my mouth. And it's just me telling on them. I'm like, hey, you know what I heard? Well, you best believe it came from one of them. Okay. So I'm just the messenger, so to speak. And it's like a translator or whatever. And it's so opposite of anything that resembles, in my view, Christ-like. It actually scares me a great deal because these people, and I'm bringing you way back to the very beginning of Chad and Lori meet and start their murdering spree. I have to say allegedly for Chad for legal purposes, not for long though. And he'll don the same title as his old lady, right? His concubine. So I'll bring you way back to the beginning of this. Whenever Alex Cox wasn't even dead yet, I would go outside just to process my uncle's murder. That shook me. Just his murder, not even the kids' murders yet. This is before all that. This is way before all that. This is before Alex croaked. I'm just saying. I wasn't sad about it. But so Alex, yeah, he was still alive. And so I would be outside. I would go to the dollar store right around the corner and they have boxes and stuff, right? When they're done. And so I would grab a stack of boxes and I had a brand new burn barrel. I've told the story many, many times. And that's where my eyebrows went, by the way. Kind of woof. Right before Uncle Charles was murdered, he actually came by and I was like, anyways, that's nuts. It's been so long already. Ugh. So I would grab boxes. I would come home. I would break, tear, rip the boxes, and then I'd throw them in my burn barrel, and I would light the boxes on fire. I would stand and watch the fire. I would process, I would think, and I remember thinking like, man, she's going to be hot as hell when she gets to hell. Mormons don't believe in hell. Okay. They believe in outer darkness. They teach outer darkness, which is this whole idea of uh, basically what would equate to a real life shunning. Okay. So outer darkness equates to when you get shunned by the fucking church. Okay. Because, you're just not conforming. You're asking too many questions. You're asking too many questions. Hey, DJ, always good to have you. I saw your comment the other day about Ashton. What's his name? Crap. You know who I'm talking about. Anyway, so yeah, the whole outer darkness thing, it is just eternity of a Mormon who didn't measure up because they tried and tried and tried and tried and tried and tried so hard never to attain or obtain the unrealistic, what do you call it? Expectations that the Mormon church puts on a member of the church. It's members of the church. It's young, it's old. They don't discriminate. They hate all, in my opinion. They are horrible people. I'm so sorry. Again, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry because it is how I feel. It is what I see. And I mean, I'm not one of those people who just trash talk people. It's not, I don't believe in, I'm just not that way. But I'll be damned. They have earned their way into this trash mouth that they created. I mean, because it's just anger, and I get so angry and frustrated with the fruits of this church, this organization, because I don't know. Again, but then all the churches are corrupt, right? Everything's freaking corrupt. I'm not even Mormon. Never never had anything against them. The only thing I'd ever seen or known about Mormons was a long time ago on Saturdays when I'd watch my cartoons. Yes, my cartoons, my Smurfs, right? And my gummy, whatever. Go-Go Bears? What the hell? They drink the speed, basically. Come to find out, right? Bouncing here and there and everywhere. Anyways, you know what I'm saying. So mad my screen is smoking, right? Oh, all right. I'm kind of scared. What you gonna fill me in on? Scary. No. Nothing surprises me though, right? That was, the surprises were out the damn window years ago when the unending waves of sucker punches, of every move that Lori and Chad, every bit of info that would come out and you just hang on to it, study it, you read it and you talk out loud about it. And then, you're like, oh, but wait, if you look at it this way, then, just all the things that come out of just trying to figure these people out. Why? Because they are extra. Why? I don't know. Because their leaders teach it. I believe it's a learned behavior. Okay. It's something that intrigued me in the very beginning of this also. When Lori walked into that freaking courtroom in Idaho for the first time, I mean, I remember plain as day, and I don't remember an entire year because it was so traumatic. That Lori walked in with her chin up, her nose up. She's looking down at you, at us, at everybody. She's looking down. And mind you, she is wearing jail garb. Okay. Nobody struts around in that shit. She's wearing probably some different size flip-flops. Okay. Jailhouse flip-flops. She's wearing a bulletproof vest. Maybe that's why she was confident. I doubt it. She's not it wasn't that she was just so smug. It's that she was confident that it knocked me on my head. And I was like, who is that person? That's when Lori Vallow died in my life. You know, that's when my aunt died. I didn't know who she was. Yeah, Lori is freaking possessed. I believe in it too. No, I don't have proof. There you go. Lori's proof. All I'm saying is I've never seen Satan and Lori in the same room together. Right? Or Lori and Korhor. Lorhor. That's how we got Lorhor, right? Yeah. But she walked in confident, shoulders back, chin up, confident, looking down at you. So it wasn't even like confident. It was like, my leaders have my back is what I took. That's what I saw. I'm like, somebody, she thinks that she is okay. She thinks that whatever she has done, I don't know yet because kids weren't found yet, but whatever she is up to, she's got backing. She's got that confidence that somebody gave her. It wasn't her own. It was something bigger. And I just need that one little piece, y'all, to take it to my attorney and have a fucking field day. Whoop, I didn't mean to cuss. I mean, really, I didn't mean to. But I'm serious. Wrongful deaths. That's all I can say. And they're a corporation just like the next. Turn them and burn them, right? That's where you have, and this is what I see, the narcissistic, patriarchal parent, church, organization. You can't hurt them by being normal, and talking realistically with them, or with like you would a normal person, with empathy and compassion. It does not have compassion. It does not have empathy, and it definitely doesn't have integrity. We can say that right now. It is a lying church. It is, oh God, I should just change the thumbnail and just put roast, a church roast, right? Because I'm going to town. It's been coming out a lot lately, especially, I mean, I even started, y'all. I know I keep jumping around too. But guess what? It's a free live stream. You get what you pay for. All right. For anybody who wants to bitch. Because there's always somebody that wants to bitch. They're usually Mormon. And they don't like what I'm saying because they're like, oh, yeah, that is true. But why is she saying it? Because you're persecuting me. You're persecuting the church. Because you're trained that way. You're trained to react that way. And it works. They are the best apologetics. They are the best barriers between me and the truth. Honestly, this is the same group of people. This is the same like-minded people who I've seen in the comments countless deny. Right. That's the first. Deny. No. No, if I don't, I mean, I'm never going to admit to it. We don't do that. If I believe that I don't do that, if I believe that my marriage is great, 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 everything's great, 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 then it will be true. No, it in fact will not be true. And you are deceiving yourself, mostly. Most importantly, you're not just lying to or trying to put on this fake face, this fake facade to keep up this unattainable worthiness that your church leaders put onto you. Thank you, Helen. Thank you. I always share my story. You come here anytime and you just listen to my story over and over again. Thank you. Oh, sorry. It is crazy. It's crazy. Crazy is all we got. But I started writing Lori. I don't write. I write notes all the time. I mean, I've got notebooks, plethora. I got 144,000 notebooks right here. I thought about just mailing them to KJ and just being like, here, make a book. Create a book out of this, please. I wish it worked that way. But I mean, I don't write. There's Detective's daughter who takes her, just all this precious time, and she writes me long, front and back, nice, beautiful handwriting, penmanship, and she sends them to me via snail mail. And I love and appreciate those. They're personable. They are, but that's, I always thought, man, I need to write her back. I would love to write her back. I'd love to, but no, because I just don't ever think about that. I'm always doing something. I need to stop. I need to stop and just do that, because it is the personable things. Anyways, these people suck it out of you. They do me. Oh, thank you, Helen. Thank you. Thank you again. Language of Horses. Y'all go sub up to Language of Horses too. And at Nonsense, y'all. She talks no nonsense. That's for sure. She's very knowledgeable on Mormonism, Mormons, and she's non-Mormon. For the non-Mormons, of the non-Mormons, by the non-Mormons. That's a mouthful. Anyways, I started writing a letter to Lori for the first time ever throughout this entire ordeal. Never have I wanted to. I've thought about it a couple times. Even my victim impact statement that I never got to. I wasn't allowed. I wasn't worthy enough in former Mormon Judge Boyce's eyes. Can't be letting that crazy aunt, that crazy ass coon ass lady over there who, happened to do her own research. We got our eye on you, girl. Yeah, they don't want me to talk. And that's the shitty part, is that I actually feel for them. I do. I have to separate and compartmentalize what Rob Wood does, what Nate Eaton does, what Lindsay Blake does, all the people, all the detectives. How does a Mormon, an active Mormon who is so loyal and devoted to their church, their cause, everything, they stand for the church, right? How do they do the cognitive? They don't do the cognitive dissonance thing. How do they separate that, which from Mormon, from just my experience studying the culture, they're very good at compartmentalizing. And I think that that's something their church also causes amongst its people. Very organized by the way, can I say? I don't know yet, hippie gypsy. I'll be there. I'll make it up on right there. I'm better that way. But I didn't even bother. I thought about it. There's things that I've written in the past, just comments that I went to respond to or whatever that evoked all this emotion and stuff I didn't even know I had. It just allowed me to process. And I'd go to, post it and say, you have reached over the 500 character limit or whatever the thing was. So I'd copy and paste it and put it in my notes. Right. And there's so many times that I would, end up just make so many. It's so crazy. It's so outlandish. The second coming of Christ, 144,000. She's the queen of the 144,000. It didn't make sense. It's stupid. And it does not make any logical sense. Straight up. And I think that, I'm sorry, I'm jumping around so much. I think that this Thibaudeau, Boudreaux and Thibaudeau, right? We got a Boudreaux and we got a Thibaudeau now. Okay. You come to Louisiana and you get the Boudreaux and Thibaudeau jokes out the out the wazoo. But I have to make stupid little jokes like that to just cope. Really. And that's just the truth of the matter. Because none of this is funny. None of it brings my family members back. None of it brings Blaze Thibaudeau back, or just allows us to know that he is not just safe, not just happy in Lori Daybell's terms. I want to know that he is alive and well. Okay? Accounted for, alive, well. But their story doesn't make sense to me. It just, I don't know. And I'm the first person, y'all know me. Y'all know what I do here. I have my patterns. I'm easy to read too. You know, follow the same shit I talk about every freaking live stream. I feel like a broken record, and it's not loud enough. It's like, again, it's like yelling fire. And then everybody's saying, oh no, that's not a fire. Silly girl. Okay. Yeah, it's a fucking fire. Okay. It's a freaking fire. I'm not trying to use Ruby Frankie's analogy either. That just reminded me of her whack logic. Whatever. But yeah, so I started writing Lori a letter. I don't expect anything. It is for me. I don't know yet if I'm even going to mail it. If I do mail it, I will copy it. And then I'll send it to both prisons just so, make sure she gets it at one of her homes. She's got she's got multiple. She's got her vacation home over in Arizona, and then she'll return to Idaho to serve the rest of her miserable this earth life, right? This earth life. They are good at gaslighting, bro. Oh God, oh man, that whole Mormon discussions with Bill Reel and Radio Free Mormon about how the Mormons, the Mormon Church, took a whole entire old ass speech, video and audio, and they went back and they changed the speech. What? That bothers me. That is so sick, demented. It's not like, oh, here's 2 asterisks or something saying, hey, we edited for whatever reason. So whomever maybe saw that speech live, or that talk, whomever remembered, maybe had to memorize that speech or talk. And then they go back and they're like, wait, that's not what he said. Oh my God, all these years I've been thinking it was this and it's really that. They went and changed the fucking wording of the speech and it lined up. And so Bill Reel and Radio Free Mormon played that in one of their live streams about gaslighting in the Mormon Church. And I'm like, what the fuck? This, oh my God. That is, and they got busted. Like, they didn't tell you. They didn't say, hey, y'all, by the way, here we go. Let me send out a memo over the Mormon, whatever, sound waves, the call out, call, No, they just that's gaslighting. That is just to make you think you're crazy. And I wonder, obviously it's working because there's either psychopaths coming out of this church, narcissists by the twos, right? I've said it so many times. It's like Tylee and JJ and Charles and Tammy and Joe just aren't even fucking worth it. Why? What did they spill why was their blood spilled? It's not good enough, Oh, that's a good author. Okay. Tim, I mean, he was saving all the kids. He was just saving all the kids. Don't you attack Tim. What in the fuck is going on? I feel like I'm in some foreign land somewhere. And the Mormons are really ruining it for me. A lot. Yes, it's been a very eye-opening experience. Not one that I asked for. Not one that any of us asked for. Okay? Definitely not one that my murdered family members fucking asked for. They did not ask to be fucking murdered or blood atoned or to to be done in righteousness. I'm sorry, I stuttered. To be done in righteousness, a mercy killing, whatever, sacrifice. They were sacrificed, okay? Sacrificed for their God. And by their God, they believe they can become God. So, I mean, they're God for them, right? Self-serving, right? And so to anybody who wants to label me or whatever, do it. You've already done it anyways. Do it. Call me a fucking conspiracy theorist. I don't give a shit anymore. I really don't. I'm there. Been there. It's just taken the rest of, my balls or my nerve to, I don't know, to just get here and just to be more real than usual. I try to be nice. I try to be respectful, but you know what? They are not a respecter of persons. They do not respect me. They do not respect you. And they definitely don't respect those children or Charles or Tammy or Joe or they don't respect anybody. Everybody is expendable to this church. Every single person, whatever they got to do to get, what is it? The means of the gains. I don't know. I always mess shit up. Okay. Oh God. I don't want to sound like them. I don't know. It just, it's a slap in the face to my family members who were murdered, the victims of Lori and Chad Daybell. It's a slap in the face every fucking time you choose a church or another human being or whatever, or your whatever it is that you get your self fulfillment from. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think it is. It's like you don't want to be wrong so many times, but here you are, wrong and shit. Welcome to the club. Hi, right? I'm wrong. There you go. Welcome to humanity, okay? And that's what we are. We are humans. Welcome to the rest of us humans who are here humaning. You are not special. You are not a god. You are not superior. You do not have the fucking truth, okay? I said it. Oh my God, the church is not fucking true. There. Wow. Okay. I feel better. I feel better. I really do. It angers me. It infuriates me and it hurts me. It hurts me every time something like this happens. And this is just becoming normal. That's what's bad. This is normal. When you first saw the headline of this Thibaudeau family, did you say, oh shit, here we go again? Round 2? Round 50? Round whatever? There's so many different arms of this whatever. And it's not a cult. It's not a movement. It's not a fringe group. It's not a fundamentalist thing. It is not any of that shit. It is directly the leadership of this fucking church. They are causing this. They are doing this. They are what we are seeing. They are hurting people directly, and they don't care about you, and they don't care about me, and they don't care about the blood spilt for whatever the hell they use it for. I don't give a shit what they use it for. All I know is that they did. It's gone. Their blood was spilt. They are done. They're on to the next one. Yeah. Okay. Ruby Frankie, bring your golden children up, right? Mm-hmm. They're up for the feast. They are up on the chopping block. Purge, I like to call it, because it's a fucking purge. But then they're the first ones who say, David Levitt, That was debunked, when David Levitt then interjected himself first off into this whole Utah ritualistic child sex abuse case with cannibalism, with fucking cannibalism, eating people. Okay. And they're not the one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater that I know of. Let me know in the comments down below. Right. This is the most evil shit I've ever encountered in my life. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'm triggered. I am triggered. Rightfully so. Because this is reality. I know that for a lot of people who don't have empathy or compassion or integrity or the wherewithal, a moral compass, or whatever it is that just keeps you balanced, this is just another attack on the church. Fuck your church. And I'll raise you one, F you too. I don't really know what to say anymore. I really don't. I don't have the answers. I'm just me. And I am just doing the best I can with the shit show I have to deal with here. This whole, not the shit, this ain't a shit show. Well, I mean, maybe today. It is now, but I don't feel bad about this. I don't. I mean, I actually feel like you're here and we're talking, except I'm kind of just talking. I'm doing all the talking as usual. I don't understand. I don't understand what all has to happen, who all has to die, who all has to be hurt, who all has to become carnage and abused and neglected and tossed out and labeled and judged, shamed, tortured, sacrificed. Who all has to succumb to this church's destruction? I mean, I don't even know about all the other churches. I assume, this is just my logic, I think they're as shitty as the next. This isn't a pissing contest on who can be shittier. Okay, you both suck. There, another woke moment, right? Oh God, I don't even know what wokeism is, so I don't know. I just know that people are like, man. It's I don't think that way. I just use the words. It's just another awakening moment. But by their ignorance and by their stupidity and their lack of the lack that Melanie Gibb, David Warwick, all the people, Chad, Lori, they follow other people. That's how weak they are. So they didn't just kill for their benefit. No, they sacrificed the children for sure. For somebody else's bloodthirst or whatever fucking reasons. I don't know. But Lori thought she had a get out of jail free card. I can promise you that. I can promise you that. That is what I have felt. That is what I see. I see it. I see it over and so many times. I'm just like, how does nobody else really see this? Why am I a minority over here? How is this not just snapping out at everybody? I feel so alone too. Even as much as I get to touch base with y'all are my freaking, y'all ground me. I cried the other night because, well, I've been doing that lately. It happens. I'm just kind of like my mom. I just kind of, I don't know, when it hits me, it hits me. I don't like crying, but I understand it's necessary and what it provides me whenever I do cry. It's an emotional relief valve. so to speak, where the pressure is not just so intense. Sometimes I feel like if I do cry as hard as I feel like I'm going to or need to, I feel like it would physically kill me. I mean, that's how heavy this is. So whenever I do cry, it is not sadness. It is just me relieving pressure so I can fill the tank back up pretty fast too. Right. And I think it's healthy to cry. I don't think it's weakness. I don't think it's anything. It's just normal. It's a normal freaking function that we get shamed, by the labelers, whoever they may be, as being bad. Feelings are bad, which is stupid. Feelings are not bad. Okay, so that's another thing. I'm sorry. It just brings up so many things. I think about so many things. I could talk and talk and talk and talk for hours on end of all the things I've thought about over the past 4 years. And I could just go and go and go till Jesus comes back for the second time. And Jesus died on the cross for all of our sins. And that's not even good enough. So here I am. I'm just now thinking this. He's not even good enough for people to stop their shit. So why would Tylee, JJ, Charles, Tammy, Joe, or any of the other victims that have died at the hands of these assholes, why would they make a difference? I get it now. Interesting point. Yeah. Yeah. In the grand scheme of things, right? Yeah, I believe that too. S.O. Conley, I do. Again, and I don't know all the things. I don't know. I just know I have a higher power. I don't know what that is. I don't know who that. I don't know. Nobody does. That's the cool thing, right? But everybody talks with such authority, like they know every freaking thing, and you don't. You're here winging it just like the rest of us, but you just do it with a little more control. You want to control people, church, because you are a fucking narcissist, church. And it's just it is so hurtful. I hate seeing all the people hurt from this church. Just this one. I don't even know about all the 8 billion other ones. I can only imagine, right? But no matter what you believe, no matter who you are, where you are, how you feel, no matter what's happened to you, take all the labels away. And I'm talking about all the labels. And then we are just here being humans. We are just being humans. Humaning, peopling. And just be the best person that you can be. Just a moral compass, a healthy moral compass. Being your brother's keeper. Like S.O. Conley said, by action. By ye fruits ye shall know, is the big whatever scripture or whatever in Mormonism. By your fruits you will know, right? And it's not just in Mormonism, but I can only quote them because unfortunately they're the ones that are tied. Mormonism is 144,000% involved in why my family is not here today. I mean, I can't call them up. I can't say, hey y'all meet Tylee. Hey, here's JJ. Here's my Uncle Charles. He's awesome. I can't do that. So it really sucks. I am grieving. It freaking sucks. So whatever this little part is that I'm going through right now, is just whatever part it is. I don't know. I don't go through it often. I know that much. I've not ever been this pissed off at this church. I mean, it's just got to stop. And I don't blame any of these people. I don't really even put the blame all on Chad and Lori, because I see leadership is involved in my family's murders, in my opinion. If I can just be frank with you without getting murdered or sued, Mormon Mafia, don't come at me again. Right? Yeah. And that's where I have felt from a long time ago. How do you point at something and go, that's it? I just don't have all the words. Or I can't show you how I got there in my heart. What my heart's my feelings are telling me. My feelings. They are not invalid. Your feelings are not invalid. You are not invalid. You are valid. You are good. You are worthy. Know that. Nobody gets to tell you that. Nobody gets to decide that for you or me. I've always known it. Yeah. And I don't want to be right. I've really wanted to prove myself wrong. I've done it in every other aspect of my life, right? I didn't trust my gut. I'm like, oh no. Here, you look like my next mistake, right? Come here. Let me screw stuff up a great deal, Now this one will be different. I've done the things, and I've done the insanity tour, but it proves itself to be the same thing. What we allow is what will continue. And I hate to keep saying the same things, but I mean, those are the things that resonate in my soul. What we allow, I mean, if I allow somebody to punch me every day in my face, if I allow it, it will, of course, continue, because I'm not doing anything to stand up for myself and say, stop hitting me, So this church, it is the biggest human trafficker. It is the biggest exploitator. It is the ruse of all ruses, if you will. Say no to all cults. That's some good merch right there. Say no to all cults. And and I say we, come right here. I'm no better than you. I will dig trenches right there beside you. I will not ask you to do anything that I will not or have not done myself. I'm serious. That's something my grandmother instilled in me big time. I don't know what I did with my damn lighter. That's what I keep looking around for. But I don't know what I do with all this stuff. It's like I just grab it and I just come in here and chunk it. Oh, and then it likes to hide from me. Difficult research, right? Oh, come on. Sorry, I need a lighter. Anybody got one? I'm smoking here. Cheese and rice, right? All right. It was in the last place that I put it. The last place that I looked, I mean. Light them if you got them. Okay. I don't know. Oh, wow. This is like just a vent session. So, Sunday I will talk about this case. And Blaze Thibaudeau, who is missing, because it's important, because something's going on. Something is in the Mormon streams right now, for a long time. It's like, who was it? Carl, what's his face? From the Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt case. And he was talking about the hot tub parties and stuff, swingers gonna swing that. Oh yeah, bro, I forget about that. I usually never find it in there either. Right? I got a stick lighter. Ha ha ha. Um, Carl. Anyways, it's a guy who uh, had come out and, he's actually from the Rexburg area. I actually sent him an email or something on one of his whatever channels or platforms. What the hell? Carl something. Anyways, and so I just would like to talk to the guy. I would like to pick his brain, right? Because I think I learned so much. Thank you, Irene. I haven't seen you in a hot minute. It is so good to see your face. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Carl Crusher. Thank you, S.L. Connolly. You are so handy dandy. Yeah, Lamisa. I heard Aval mass email went out Monday, really pushing fear mongering end time stuff. To me, it sounded like it was an Aval. How do I put this? An Aval fashioned clickbait thumbnail. You know how a lot of people have clickbait titles and thumbnails and things like that to make you click on it. And I mean, what prepper in their right mind would turn down alert, 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 And so, yeah, but I totally agree about it being like a last ditch effort for old Christopher. I've been saying it wrong. I've been saying parrot. I'm going to continue just calling them parrot because let me tell you something. They are not respecter of persons. They are not a respecter of persons is what I meant to say. They're not. They're okay with 2 dead kids chilling. They're okay with saying it's grandma. Bagmata is what I got to say. And so I adore his daughter and his son-in-law, though. You have wonderful, wonderful daughter and son-in-law, Christopher Parrot, but it's no thanks to you, I'm sure. And it really doesn't sound like Sue was much help either. Chris Parrott's wife. Anybody who makes fun of their own children and is like, oh, you don't be a victim. Who does that shit? What is wrong with this people? Who does that? Oh my God, just taunting and stuff. That is just horrible. That's traumatic all in itself right there, right? Right. Peach Bum said, my dumb smartphone can't draw Irene's cat pic, unfortunately. I know. I never know what to do when y'all have those designs and stuff in y'all's in your username. I can't tell you right. I don't think. That cracked me up, obviously. Anyways. Yeah, we have missed you for sure, Irene. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's see. That's his real name. Carl Anders. Is it? Oh, Andrensen. Okay. Yeah, that name, because I've been seeing that a lot lately. And just something about names, they stick with me. Y'all know how my brain works. And then once I see it twice, I'm like, pattern, pattern alert. Oh, there's so many things though now. There's so many things. I mean, I need and I do have to say this about Mormon culture. You guys have no idea how I admire your organizational skills, the way you articulate your words. You guys are so smart. Really. I'm serious. That's a high five to the Mormon Daddy Church for that. Because whatever it was, I mean, y'all talk with poise and put together. Y'all don't talk in all the broken Ebonic sentences like I do. And I look up to, I'm just like, oh, wow, I wish I could be like that. It's really, I mean, I just admired the organizational skills. You guys are on point with organization. That's why I'm always like, well, I ain't gonna, presenting a case or something. I just, it's not me. I just freestyle. And so I kind of put myself under, I mean, I criticize myself enough. I'm no different. I have my own problems, right? But or my own flaws, and you know. Just reading some of your comments. Yeah, I know. I do the same thing. It's interesting. I get to know a lot of y'all just the way, aka the cat lady says right here. I've been following your story as I jump from stream to stream. And it's like when I see y'all, I'm like, hey. And I've been like thumbing up comments and stuff, wherever I touch base. And I'm just like, oh, okay, I'm here 27 minutes after you. And it's just really cool when I see you guys, researching and looking into the same things that I'm looking into. And unfortunately for the same reasons. I mean, they haven't even changed, honestly. Oh, I actually have a board. I have one. It's in there. I just haven't brought it in here. I have the with the paper, like win, lose, or draw. I got it, girl. I'm old school. I like the tangible stuff. I appreciate it. It doesn't 404 on me. 404, right? I debate on whether I want to name something because I call this speaking Mormonese, which is, Mormon talk, Mormon speak. And then I'm like, but this is Mormonology. And I'm like, is it 144 for the 144,000? Or is this Mormonology 404 B? Just kidding. I really need to get a life outside of this case, but I can't. Not yet. I'm almost there. Mom, I can see it. I can see it because the crazy's coming out. And it's just, all it is a, to me, how I see it is, it just didn't come to a head like it should have whenever Chad and Lori did their shit. It's just a delayed reaction to the rest, as Paul Harvey always said, the rest of the story. Here it is. And I have always, and I've said it, I don't know how many freaking times. So many times. It's automatic. I don't even know that I'm saying it, or I don't even know anymore. But I've just been like, that is them, this is that. I don't know how to connect them for you. People would ask, well, how are these connected? And I'm like, they just are. I don't know. Just trust me. I don't know. As I'd go, as I'd learn, I would tell you, I would share that. Before, and so I'm thinking, before really, I mean, Tim Ballard's, that whole story has been coming out thanks to Len Packer and his hard ass work, his exceptional journalism. I love that dude. The reporting he has done on Tim Ballard and Fringe has been in the making for years. If people would have just not let their emotions, I guess, control every aspect and just buy into the whole Sound of Freedom thing and just did a little research, I mean, for what it's worth, and to whomever it means that something to, not everybody cares. There's people who are just like, oh, okay, yeah, it was a date night, or they got one of those free tickets that I don't think anyone got no free tickets. I think it went straight into Angel Studios pockets, and then they pay 10% to the church, so it all goes back to the freaking church. Chad Daybell's insurance money, Tammy's blood money, basically 10% went to the church. You know who owns a freaking life insurance company that they just bailed out? The Mormon Church, and it's Beneficial Life. Okay, they get their 10% and then some. Okay, it's so gross. It's so gross. So gross. So it blows my mind. And so whenever you see all these MLMs and all these Mormons preying on other Mormons, and I'm just like, good Lord. It's like I don't know. It's horrible to see, though. It really is. It's got, got your, the church, and it's just people. And I hate to blanket it, but that's how I have to look at it. I separate the people from the church, from the organization, from the org. Because, I mean, a lot of people don't even know. They have no idea. Just going through life ignorant, just, oh yeah, the scriptures. It's just all about the scriptures and the testimony of Jesus Christ and personal revelation and getting your calling and election made sure. And, you know, uh, I've seen, even in my research, people who, and this reminds me of what KJ said the other day about enjoying the here and now. It's like a lot of these Mormons who are TBMs, true believing Mormons or true blue Mormons, unaware of anything outside of Mormonism. They're completely unaware. They think that they are the truth, the one. Anybody that has to say that they're a true church, they are in fact a false church. They are opposite of what they're saying. That's how I see it now. I'm like, why do they say what? Why do they say they're the one true church? And then I was like, oh, that's weird. That's just to, beat it into everybody's freaking indoctrinate. It's to indoctrinate. And just how silly it sounds. And the church is true. It just sounds nothing about Jesus, nothing about God, nothing unless it's self-serving, unless it suits them, unless it fits what they're trying to preach at you, not preach to you, and not show by example, because they don't know how. Do y'all notice that? I mean, I don't think that's a far stretch or a far reach, in my opinion. I think that I think it shows itself over and over and over again, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh, hey, it's never too late. Know that. I'm still learning. I don't ever want to stop learning. I like this part of exploration. I don't like how, but either way, it's not an empty experience. It's a very unique experience, and one that I don't wish on anybody else in this world. Although I know that's unrealistic, because there's victims happening right now. There's children being abused. There are traffic people. I'm gonna say people being trafficked. There, and it's all by the people who are claiming to do all the good in the world. They are claiming Jesus. They are clinging to the cross. Not Mormons. They don't believe in the cross unless it suits them. Like Tim Ballard and wearing his crucifix these days. I don't trust that dude. Never have. Oh my God. So this circles me back to, so Tim Ballard, the whole investigation, everything it's been happening, right? And so I've just been kind of keeping an eye on that. I can't just whole ass. I just saw little brands, but I can't, I couldn't all these years, because I was just trying to study all I could about and learn everything I can and I would chase all these sayings and quotes and all these weird words that they have been using. And I'm just like, what? And then I'd hear it here, and then I'd try to track back where I found it over here. I'd cross-reference and try to pair those things up. And once I pair them up, then I can share with you, and then we can kind of build from there, right? Just to put a pin in. It's all perspective anyways. It's not like I'm proving it in a court of law. It's not part of the record, but it is, so to speak, in my opinion. This has been painful every step of the way. I forget what I was saying. Oh, so Tim Ballard, the whole investigation into him, Sean Reyes. I'll just say, and friends. And sorry, it's like I'm smoking in front of my mom back in the day. Right? Don't look, Mom. So silly. But okay, I can't look at comments. That's what I gotta turn the comments off. Sorry, just for a minute. Okay. Tim Ballard and the whole investigation thing. And so it was the weekend that Jason, I want to say it was his birthday weekend. So it was around when Sound of Freedom, I was about to say Sound of Music, when the Sound of Freedom came out. And I think I did a Saturday stream because I was not going to be available to do a Sunday stream because we were going to just a hotel and casino about 45 minutes from here. Nothing big. I didn't even go outside, but I did get away momentarily. And got a pillow over here. This really sucks. I sidetracked so much. It's part of the damage though that's caused by this shit. It is part of what happens. It's post-traumatic stress disorder. It's complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I know it frustrates a lot of people, and I'm sorry for that. There's nothing I can really do about it. Plus, I have ADHD. I am me. I'm human. Get over it. I don't know what else to say. Move on. Fast forward. Next. Anything. But I remember when I just ran across one of Tim Ballard's videos where he's given a talk to a group of people that look like in a seminar, whatever. And he's given his regular spiel and he preys on people's emotions. And that's what the church does too. Monkey see, monkey do. The church preys on your emotions. They hold your salvation. That's the carrot they dangle. Oh yeah? You're going to go to outer darkness. You are going to be shunned. Pray and obey, right? And whip out your damn wallet. Even at 8 years old. That's a freaking shame. Damn it. Well, so I'd ran across this speech or one of his talks, and he said Tom Harrison that Tim said so I did my own research, and I was like, Tim simply does not do his own research. Okay. He's an opportunistic dude. He's one of those, I don't even know if I want to see his employment records for myself. I don't know if he even worked for the damn Homeland Security. That's what we're told, but the records are not obtainable for me to check his ass. I don't trust him. I don't trust him, and I don't trust his freaking grandpa. Okay? That's just another smoke and mirror to divert you, to distance themselves, because they are the problem, in my experienced, well thought out opinion. They're good at it too. But yeah, Tim doesn't simply do his own research. He, they network. That's what they're taught to do. That's the Mormon culture, which is good in its own sense, but it's also toxic. Because even me, I've to get acknowledged by Mormon Stories podcast, or as a family member of the freaking murderers that they talk about, that they finally talk about. For the longest time, they would not even say Lori and Chad. And I'm like, blood atonement, that is Lori and Chad, or whatever the subject was. It always ties back to Lori and Chad for me. I can find parallels in all this shit. And But to even get them to acknowledge me as a family member of the victims of Chad and Lori, associated, just like Megan Connor. But I'm not a fucking Mormon. She is. They stay together. It's like I'm not acknowledged, and it's so aggravating. It sucks to feel so invisible by people I respect and admire and watch and support. I support financially, physically, word of mouth. It's not just, it helps me make sense of things also. I didn't know when I set out. It says Mormon Stories Podcast. It says Mormonism Live. It says Mormon Discussions. It doesn't say, was Mormon, ex-Mormon. It doesn't say none of that. So it's like you go in with just this lens and you're just like, so do they believe? Because all of it sounds like gibberish at first till you get over that language barrier. Once you cross the language barrier, you're in. And I say you're in, and I mean, you're like, they're not really talking about Jesus here. They're not talking about John the Beloved. They are talking in code. I say code. You can call it whatever you want. I call it code because I got to crack it to understand what the hell they're saying. It's just another defense. It's another layer to have to freaking peel back on this godforsaken endless onion. And I love onions. That must be why I'm here. But they make you cry, right? Anyways, and Tim Ballard mentioned that he did his own research and he had contacted a brain specialist, which, as John Delenn pointed out, just like I did when I saw it for the first time, I was like, if that would be a neurologist, stupid, dumbass. So smart, he's dumb. Tim Ballard there. Anyways. Guru, I'd say buddy. It's birds of a feather flock together. There's no guru. The only gurus are the top dudes. They get paid to be shitty, to be vague, to what's Robert Millett, that guy, one of the general, whatever. I don't know all the things. You're like, wait, what president? I only know about the presidents of the United States. Okay. And so it's a whole new world. Mormonism is its own planet, right? It is so complex and messy and disturbing. I don't know how Mormons who either decide to leave or by chance the church took itself out, meaning the church took the trash out for you. And for whatever reason, they're like, you're dark. That's what that is. Basically, they label you and say, you're not good anymore. You're not worthy. And so they shun you. So look at that as a freaking blessing. That is a blessing. Run. Don't walk. Run. Opposite direction. Come on over. We love you and take you as you are. That's humaning, right? Being a human. Treating others like you want to be treated. You're welcome here. I don't discriminate. I'm not just going to hang or talk to you because, like, at Nonsense here, who has her own channel. I mean, it's like winning the damn lottery from where I come from, because it's like, oh my God, she knows her shit. She knows her shit. She's knowledgeable. Oh my God, I get it. Wow. It feels so relieving. to find someone like her. I know there's more. It's just hard to come by. And who's not scared to say it. Who's not scared to say the things which some believing Mormons might find offensive or persecutory, whatever criticism as an attack. It's not on you. It's on your your narcissistic patriarchal parent who sucks bad, in my opinion. Oh God, my nose itches. I'll get through the Tim Talk one day. It'll never be a TED Talk. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah. But so Tim went on to say that he shared Tom's research and everything about oxytocin, serotonin, all these. I'm going to say that Tim's obsessed a little, and so is his buddy Jim Caviezel with the whole pheromones and all these, what do you call them? Shit. Y'all are saying it out loud. I know you are. I can feel them. I can hear you. But, oh, hell. Anyways, is it hormones? Yeah. Anyways. So all these things, chemicals in the brain that the body produces. Oh my God, my nose itches. That the body produces. And so there's Tim with his obsession with this chemistry thing, with his couples ruse. He's like, hey, come here, girl. Let me try you on. Sick ass. Mm-mm. I do this beyond sick. Demented psychopath comes to mind. I'm no doctor. I ain't no dumbass either. I have a brain and I have, logic, and I can think of the things. I'm like, yeah. But he said that Tom Harrison worked in the aftercare, in OUR's aftercare. And I want to know, I want an honest opinion from you. What do you think, or do you even think that there was a legitimate plan put into place where aftercare or rescued children or victims, children, or just people, do you really think, because I already know what I think, but do you think that he actually just was a whole ruse, the whole thing? Or do you think he actually rescued anybody? Or did he just monkey off of everybody else? I'm going with option 3, which is he just exploited, used everybody else. If there were any, so Tom Harrison, he's naming Tom Harrison as being the brain specialist that helped the children. So this dude, Tom Harrison, is a therapist. I don't think he's licensed anymore, but really, that's just a technicality, okay? Because they still look at him, look to him, source him, cite him, whatever. Blow him up, world renowned. You see that so many times, it ain't funny. It ain't funny. It ain't funny. I ran across this new channel the other day. She's a little over 1,000 subscribers. Her name is Mackenzie Vance. She is smart as a whip. And I mean, I like her. I really do. Y'all should go sub to her. She did a whole video on the whole sex abuse cover up by the church. And there's this whole counselor that she called out. The thumbnail says, "Good for thee, but not for me." And it's this SA survivor, I'm going to say alleged, who used to be a member of another church, not a Latter-day Saint. And then she sued her offender, or sued the church for covering it up, her other church, before she became a Latter-day Saint. Well, anyway, so she sued them, for covering up her own abuse. And then she joined the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And then now she's working with Fair Mormon and the likes of Craig Anderson, or is it Anderson? I don't know. I have to look again. And so she goes and she speaks as if she were an expert, authoritarian. It's all fluffed. That's something I have learned. I don't know. And I'm not like, I'm just trying to call the things out that I hope nobody takes offense to them. It just is what it is. But a lot of Mormons, and I mean, ex-Mormons too, because Mormons become ex-Mormons, right? When they transition out of the church or go through their faith crisis and everything. And I just went blank. I give up. I don't know. My nose is itching. I know I'm not lying. My blood must be flowing weird. You always make me laugh, little Brands. You can come here anytime. And congratulations on your honeymoon. I'm so happy for you. I really am. And Carrie, I hope your baby girl's fine. Our prayers and thoughts are with her and you. I really don't know. There's so many things. Okay. I'm going to go over this real quick. And then I've brought this whole live stream to hell in a handbasket, huh? It's okay. Ride or die. Right? Hey. I'm pushing all kinds of weird buttons over here. Oh, I can hear the damn stadium. So there's a football game going on right there, not far, and they just were really loud on the thing because from the announcer box or whatever. Oh my God. I can't think of the words. Okay. Whoa. All right. Okay. So this is basically, so last night when I saw this story, I went and watched it on East Idaho News. I watched each interview, one with Ben. I watched that at least 3 or 4 times. Me and Jason, we would, and then we'd watch it again. And then I'd pause it and we'd talk. And then, we're just going back and forth. We are brainstorming. Okay. And that's just what we do. And it's like new material or new people. And so, and with everything that we know, with everything that we've learned over these years, from experiencing firsthand what it's like to deal with this toxic church and the toxicity that it exudes and projects. Just, that's a very important word. Never forget that if you can look at this church like the narcissist that I believe it is, look at it like that. It doesn't feel empathy. You are a possession. You are nothing more, nothing less. You are expendable. Know that. You never know when. And so one of the tactics is that the church silence, just like Lori did. That was one of the first telltale signs for me. I was like, oh yeah, okay. She learned that, fair and square. To just silence. And so that is a form of abuse. It's a form of bullying. It's abusive to just, it's wrong. Just very point blank. It's wrong. It's not a good behavior. It's not a good way to treat anybody else. What if we just, act like you weren't there? You know what I mean? Treat others like you want to be treated. It's so easy. It's so easy. We complicate it. So weird. But anyway, so I went to East Idaho News, watched the thing me and Jason discussed over and over, went back and forth. Then I was like, oh crap, okay. Another interview, and that was with Braden, which is the son-in-law to Ben, the dad, Thibaudeau. And I was having a hard time getting through the dad's interview. Things weren't adding up for me. And again, y'all know how I am. It has all the things, and so it helps me to, really before Mormon Stories and Lauren with Hidden True Crime did what they did and united, thank God, at least. I may not get acknowledged very well or whatever. I don't know. They did acknowledge me for the clip they used, and I appreciate that. That meant the freaking world to me. But I'm more than that. I'm more than just a clip. I have a lot of insight, and it just seems, this is me and my expectations, and maybe that is the problem, is that my expectations are here and they should be here. So that's on me for expecting them to reach out to me, to care about what I have to say, what I have to contribute. That's on me. And, it doesn't make it any easier to swallow. And I appreciate what Megan brings. Well, that just said, we all bring something to the table. It's not a contest. It never has been. Not for me. Not for me. I don't give a shit. I appreciate that they have bigger platforms and they can reach more people, and people look up to them. People go there and really trust what they have to say. They're very articulate. They're very organized, and they've been in this their entire lives. I have not. I don't know all the things. I don't want to know all the things, but I do know what I know from my perspective. It's not an experience that just went down the toilet. It's not going to go to waste. And I appreciate y'all for allowing me a platform, a place where you allow me the opportunity to sharpen this. I know I nutted up tonight. It happens. I'm not going to apologize for it. Kind of. Not for feeling. I'm not going to apologize for the things I said. And yeah, maybe the way it came out. Yes, I could be better. But you know what? It is what it is. I am who I am. And the things that happened. They don't bounce back to life. the victims, if they did, it would be well worth it. It would be well worth it. It just is so hard to see the people that you love and cherish and miss every day. I do this with them in mind. Always. That's the first thing I check every day is, would they be proud of me? Would they want me to say this or act like this or be this way or represent them in this way or this way? I balance and try to check myself. I'm human though. I mess up. And this stuff is so mundane. It's so monotonous and just rah, 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 rah. And I feel like I've had an armor around me to protect me or numb me from the indoctrination. It's like it repels it. I don't know. I did it for love. I did it because I love them. When I think of them, they represent love. The love I have for them. The love that they brought to the world. The love that Chad and Lori and friends and associates decided to play God and remove them from the world. And it's a light that they can't extinguish. It's a love that they cannot diminish. That's conditional love. That is what Chad and Lori are used to, because that's what they're taught in their narcissistic daddy patriarchal church. Conditional. Everything is with conditions. And that's not real love. That's not true love. Of course, they're not going to be happy with themselves. They don't even know what real love is. They don't know what that even feels like or looks like. And it's so sad. I mean, it makes me feel for them, because to not even just to live that kind of life is sad, you know? Everything's got to be proven, and your worthiness, and how much you pay, how much you do in your community, how many kids you have, how many breed, just make babies, and husbands, and wives, and more wives, and okay, lots more wives, young wives. What is that saying that Paul Hutchinson, which is Tim Ballard's partner, ex-partner, whatever, just another billionaire, millionaire creep, a dime a dozen. um, it's like a template. And he said, what, me fresca or whatever, more younger or whatever. I don't know. I don't speak the language. I'm just saying the younger, the better, right? It's gross. So gross. Anyways, I don't know where I was going with that. Right to here. Anyways, I'm just going to read a few things. Arizona dad Ben Thibaudeau fears Doomsday wife may have crossed into Canada. Little Brands run. Girl, lock it down. After snatching. Now this has turned into snatching. I mean, it wasn't, I don't know. Ugh. Their 16-year-old son, and flying to Idaho, that's where everybody goes, with her daughter and brother, because they believe the boy is the key to the second coming. Why? Anyways, I'm just gonna poke holes in it, because that's what I do. I poke holes. It's called analyzing. Anyways, Ben Thibaudeau says his son Blaze, who's 16, who's soon to be 17, I think November 8th, he'll be 17, has been stolen by his estranged, this is a key word for me, estranged wife, after she became obsessed by the second coming of Christ. Okay. Like KJ said, you don't just simply wake up and just become obsessed. And then really, I was thinking about it beyond that. And so it's like me being obsessed with this case, and choosing to grieve this way. And, I want to understand it. I want to understand it. You study your enemy, so to speak, right? That's what I do. I analyze the shit out of this whole thing, not even knowing, and they're still not my enemy. But it is against everything that I stand for. This corporation, this church. So in a way, I've been sizing it up for a long time, and I'm reading it. I'm filling it out. I'm just like, okay, well, you learn the behaviors, and that way I can kind of predict. I wonder what the church is thinking. I wonder how they're going to react to this. And of course they're not going to react. They're going to leave it up to me and you. Oh my God. My nose is driving me crazy. The hell. It's just the tip of it. It's weird. But scratching it or doing this doesn't even help. Anyway, just another thing. So it's predictable to me. It's become predictable. It's just like being married. And you can kind of predict your spouse's routine in the morning or whatever, the ritual, the kind of predict how your kids are after a long day at school. Yeah, you just kind of, that way kind of what to expect. Mm-hmm. Patterns, rituals, same. Anyways, so I do all that explaining and I forget why. That's what's going on. So yeah, so I sized this church up. I always have my eyes affixed to this church, no matter what's going on in Mormon land at the moment. I am watching the church, so you don't have to know that. Okay, I'm not claiming expertise, or I don't have the dialect, the word vocabulary. I don't have all the fancy words. I'm not very put together. I'm not articulate. I'm me, and I'm not an expert now. I mean, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Not that I ever sought out to be. Just kind of is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. What a weird thing to be so knowledgeable about. It's so weird. Put that on my resume, huh? Anyways, so it says his wife, Spring Thibaudeau, abruptly brought. So this is what bothers me too. She abruptly bought survival gear and cut all communication before the move. Okay, just put a pin in that. Fears are mounting for Blaze's safety over concerns he could be restrained or incapacitated. Yeah, okay. In religious ceremonies. This is a whole new word for me. Or whatever. I don't remember hearing this part. I'm just like, oh, okay. I'm just sneaking them in now. I don't remember. Maybe y'all do. Oh my God. An Arizona father has pleaded for his estranged wife to return their son after she allegedly stole him away when she became obsessed with the second coming of Christ. Okay. I'll let that one slide. Okay, here we go. Ripped straight out of the Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell playbook. Or is it? Just want you to think about this. Okay. An Arizona father has pleaded for his estranged wife to return their son after she allegedly stole him away when she became obsessed with the second coming of Christ. Okay. We'll let that one marinate. Ben Thibaudeau fears. Oh my gosh, my nose. I'm about to have to end the live stream because my nose. It's weird. Ben Thibaudeau fears his son Blaze, 16, may have been snuck. Oh, yeah, into Canada by his estranged wife, Spring, who he says abruptly bought. This puzzles the shit out of me. I'm perplexed over here. I'm sitting here with the perplexed emoji because I don't understand the logic behind going on this big old preparedness abrupt $1,000 shopping spree in their at Academy or of the like, these sporting goods stores, box stores. Okay, where'd she put them in her cavity? A cavity of a rock. Oh, that might be what they mean. Check the cavity, all the cavities. Anyways, so where are you going to store all these things? I mean, winter clothes are heavier, first off. I know that from packing for Boise, which, by the way, is bipolar weather in April. And so when I went to the trial, I was just, yeah. And I'm an overachiever in the packing department. Pushing the boundaries. So, okay, it's going to get better. All right. Okay, so she abruptly bought thousands of dollars of survivor. That does not roll off my tongue. Survivor. Oh my God, survival gear and cut off all communication because she believes their son has been chosen by God. I don't understand the logic behind cutting off communication. Sounds like she is hightailing it out of there with her son and her daughter to me. Anyways, the boy is believed to be with his devoutly. I mean, they're just laying it on thick here. I mean, really. They're like, oh, Lori playbook. Okay, yeah, worked for her. All right. Devoutly religious Mormon mother. Usually you don't see the Mormon label, right? I remember Ruby and Jody. Not really. People didn't really throw the Mormon thing in there. People like to steer clear of the Mormon tagline. Okay. Anyways, the religious Mormon mother, Sister Abby Snar. I'm just going to say Abby. She's 23. And Uncle Brooke Hill. But his father believes, I just don't feel, I cannot, and I tried. I was like, why am I not connecting to the story? This is crazy. And then I'm just like, I figured it out. I mean, it took me a lot of introspection and like processing all the things. And then this morning I caught KJ's live 27. She had just streamed 27 minutes before that. And I was like, crap. So I was the replay crew. And when there was this one part where she said, I'm gonna grab it. She said, quote, "My wife says that the church leaders are hiding a secret combination." That's weird. But you got to read between the Mormon tea leaves. Okay. I'm going to start again. My wife says that the church leaders are hiding a secret combination. So a devout, religious zealot, mommy, Mormon mommy, snatches her two oldest children, I would say, maybe. Don't know that for sure. I don't know their ages as far. I don't know if there's 5 kids total. Oh my gosh, I can't. I'm sorry. I got stuck. Anyways, so where are the other children's? I'm like, I've got questions. My wife says that the church leaders are hiding a secret combination. So you know, secret combination. Them Gadianton robbers again. They strike in again. Okay, them damn church leaders that they sustain. They sustain their church leaders. Literally. So that's just weird to me. Well, why would she be running away from her church that she loves, that she sustains? I'm sure she's like, the church is true, the prophet's true, the Book of Mormon is true. I'm sure she does all the things. But here we have in the background over here this really out of nowhere, outlandish, but yet we've heard them before. The same playbook, right? The same plays in the playbook of Lori and Chad Daybell and others, because they're, you can like, yep, Ruby and Jody are there. Oh, yep, I heard that from Tom, all the names. Abraham Gigliotti. That's the new one. I'm just like, oh, okay. And Julie, they done brought, I've said it about Julie before, and here I am about to say it again. I just realized Julie reminds me of a plunger. And so they're always bringing up old shit. Okay. There you go. There's your punny. But Julie's been excommunicated from the church since 2019. Yes, her influence is still felt. Do I think that she is actively leading active Mormons away from the church? Absolutely fucking not. I think it's silly to even think so. Julie is a truth teller. And I say that because she's appeared in a few documentaries on my family, or, you know, as a truth teller. And I mean, really, she ain't shit. Okay. She really ain't. So we give power to these people who are just nothing burgers. Okay. Really. I focus on these patriarchal spiritual giants, so to speak. These big callers, these guys like Jason Mao who get promoted or offered a job to work for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints through its church education system, which is they're on the church's payroll. Jason Mao is an employee of that church. Okay. And so he wasn't that before. He was just a speaker, right? He just has such a story. His freaking hamstrings allegedly fell off. I used to laugh my ass off. I'm going to do it now. Everybody laugh. How does one's hamstrings just fall? I'm sorry. I think it's crazy. I've never heard about it before. I'm just saying. And I couldn't think of a more deserving person, in my opinion. He's cocky. He did the whole persecution comp. They're picking on me. That whole, he is a little man. Just like his friend Tim. They're buds. Patriarchal grip, you know? They're doing their patriarchal grip. The Mason grip, you know, the Freemason grip. It's like they're so easy to spot. I feel stupid now for just not being more courageous or more confident in coming forward and just saying what it is. It is what it is. I ain't doing it. They are. It's their shit. It's their crazy. It ain't mine. It's not mine. It's concerning and it bothers me. Again, give me the label. I earned it. My family's blood was spilled for it. This is my reality. Might be your conspiracy. This is my reality. Their reality. Oh, that's them right there. You know, that's them. Anyways, so, you know, Jason Mao works for the church. Then you have Tom Harrison, who, you know, after Visions of Glory, and I will repeat it again. This is just double speak. This is something you see in the church time and time and time again. So I don't expect anything different from its members because they see daddy narcissistic. Oh my God. I gotta come up with a shortcut for that. It's patriarchal, narcissistic dad. Well, that's kind of the same thing. An oxymoron, right? This is Tom Harrison's book. I'm not even going to include John Pontius in here unless I'm given the background on it. This is John Pontius. I'm sorry. This is Thomas G. Harrison. Tom with an H. Thom. Harrison's book. Okay. These are his visions. These are not John's visions. John, in my opinion, was used as a scapegoat and expendable, just like everybody else in this godforsaken church. Anyways, sorry, I go off on all my little tangents, and boy, they are plenty. Oh hell. Okay, author's note. Actually, okay. Actually, it says in memoriam. Okay, and it says, it was November. I'm not reading all that. I'm sorry. I don't know why I started there. Okay, it says about 3 weeks after Visions of Glory was released, John passed away. He would never know in this life the impact. I'll say the ripple effect too, that Visions of Glory would have upon so many people. But that didn't matter to John. Must be nice. What mattered was that he had done what the Lord had required of him, and he was at peace. As John clearly states, Visions of Glory is a true account of Spencer's experiences beyond the veil, but is not scripture or prophecy for anyone but Spencer. However, there have been many who have been greatly edified and spiritually uplifted by reading these experiences. One man told me that after he read Visions of Glory, quote, "The Spirit said to me, the time is long past. You are to be part of building Zion. It is time to put away childish things and arise from the dust," end quote. Through the empowerment of Christ, may we all arise from the celestial dust and set our sights upon becoming Zion. In our hearts, in our homes, and in every moment of our consecrated lives. Check out True Crime Unveiled. She did a whole video on consecration, the law of consecration. Anyways, that was not it. There's, look on my tabs, okay? There's no possible way for it to stand out. by itself. They all run together. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is it for real. Okay, I'm just going to start the paragraph before. Okay. Okay, it says, it is not scripture and should not be considered such. It is not prophetic for anyone but Spencer himself. It is simply an account of how the Lord has prepared one humble man, my friend Spencer, for his latter-day mission. You and I are just blessed to be the fly on the wall, so to speak. Well, shoo fly, don't bother me. Anyways, as I mentioned earlier, none of this is fiction. You don't say. As I mentioned earlier, none of this is fiction. All of it is told to me by Spencer, who takes responsibility for its content. It is something you may never forget. And I have to say that is one prophecy that came true, because I will never forget this godforsaken book or the stupid ass words that are written in it. It's dumb. This is stupid. I feel like I lose brain cells reading this, trying to understand the mental gymnastics that go into what the hell they are saying. It is simply not about his near-death experience. That's there's my professional expert opinion of this book. It is in fact just a what they do is they turn these stories, just like Chad, just like all the other people who, and there's a lot of people that write books in this religion, brethren, prophets, past prophets, no ancient prophets. I don't know who in the hell Nephi is. He don't exist. He never did. Neither did Laban. Fictional. All them people all these names that you hear Lori and Melanie Gibb straight up going into what I would call I don't even know what to call it. I was just like, oh my God, what the hell are they doing on the recorded phone call between Lori, Chad, and Lori, Chad, and Melanie Gibb. You know, when Melanie Gibb was doing everything in her power to be a sellout, to be a snitch, because that's what she does. She's a gossip. She's trained that way. That's what they're trained to do. But anyways, and so the whole Korihor was born. Oh my God, it's so hard to do. Korihor was born. Lorhor was born. You call me a Korihor? That whole thing. The rap. It was like Mormon scripture. The Book of Mormon scripture battle. It was like a girl fight, you know, but they were battling scripture, and Lori was more offended that Melanie Gibb called her a Korihor, which a Korihor in Mormonism means an antichrist. Oh my God. Melanie Gibb called Lori antichrist, and she was beside herself. She was like, I need an explanation on why you think this. And I mean, here we're like, guilty on murdering your own freaking kids and your eternal wife, Tammy. Okay. And she is wanting to know and get answers and an explanation on why Melanie Gibb is calling her a Korihor and Antichrist. So offended. This church is backwards. Up is down, down is up, black is white, light is dark. Pain equals good. Pleasure is scary, honestly. And so the fact that it says right here, it's such a double standard to me. It says, as I mentioned earlier, none of this is fiction. All of it is told to me by Spencer, who takes personal responsibility for its content. So, okay, I want to reach out to Spencer. Well, who's Spencer? How do I get in touch with Spencer? Does Spencer have a last name? And so John Pontius wrote the book. Well, who the frick is Spencer? Oh, his dreams were based on this book. So How much of it was John Pontius and how much of it was Spencer? He says he is responsible for the content of this book. Well, the content of this book is my family members, my former aunt Lori Vallow. This is her guide to murdering 3 members of my family. And possibly, allegedly, I'm just putting this out there. If Chad and Julie were going to Tom Harrison's office, 4 witnesses now, Hidden True Crime, confirmed that earlier in her live stream on Ben Thibaudeau. I'm sorry, on Blaze Thibaudeau, the Thibaudeau Mormon, the latest Mormon freaking nightmare. The next Second Coming. I don't know. The Second Coming trilogy. I don't know. It's so weird. So if Chad and Julie were meeting Tom Harrison, but then it's alleged that, in Tim Ballard's lawsuit, it's alleged that Tom was telling Tim who was dark and who was light in his Operation Underground Railroad nonprofit organization. He was telling people who was good or not worthy or not worthy, black soul or white soul, clean or unclean, light or dark. I mean, that's what this whole thing is about. We can't say it's Chad's doctrine. I've not seen anything besides Chad emailing it to Lori. Here's the whatever you requested. Here's the charts. Here's the charts. Organized people, right? So, I mean, it's a question that I will never stop asking until I get the answer. Until I find the answer, because they're not gonna tell me. I got to work for it, and I'm here for it. Okay, I'm here for it. So, did Tom Harrison, did he decide? Is that who Chad got his answers from? It is a very important question that needs to be answered. And not just by speculation and off the record. It needs to be answered in a court of law, okay? Because that person needs their ass. I need them to be held accountable because they have my family's blood on their hands. And they are little. They are so little. They are so weak. And they are so coward. They're just, oh my God. They are so weak-minded that they don't even have a backbone to say, oh my God, okay, Nobody came forward. No, they all participate and then duck and run and dodge, duck and dodge, I mean, they're the most, they're the worst. They're pathetic. I don't know. My words are running together because it pisses me the hell off. Did Tom Harrison decide whether my mom was dark? Did Lori say, hey, Tom, portal meeting, and they all meet, maybe not a portal, you got to ask yourself these things. Yeah, we hear these things, but I mean, is this really what they did? I don't know what the hell they did and what they call what. It's all backwards anyways. It's all projection. That's all this is. It's all it's ever been. It is gaining some traction lately. And that scares the shit out of me. It's not just a matter of belief. It's a matter of participation. It is a matter of allowing things to happen. It is a matter of people not doing the right things, but then just claiming to be all holier than thou. It is so gross, and they're disgusting. Pathetic people. Anyways, did Tom rate and deem, did Tom Harrison deem Tylee a dark spirit? I'm asking the question. I want the damn answers. Truthful answers. You got to be specific with these people. Did he decide whether or not Tylee, JJ, Charles, Tammy, did he seal away Joe? Because I mean, Joe was already dead when Chad and Lori happened, allegedly. Joe was already dead. So why the need to go and pull up all those records on Joe, who's behind Lori in her past, allegedly? Why go mark it sealed away, just in case anybody wanted to know? Okay, so who did that? Was it just Chatty Daddy? Was it just Lori? Or was it's called a conspiracy because there are more than one or more people with a meeting of the minds who carry this part out, and whether they are there or not, as long as they furthered the plan, the conspiracy, and here we are with the end results. I don't know all the terminology. I'm not a damn lawyer too. Okay. It's a confederation. They worked in unison. I mean, you can't have one without the other. You can't get to A, here's A and point B, and then you can't get to C by bypassing, point B. I don't know how to make that make sense. Anyways, so Joe was sealed away. That's interesting to me. Just really think about that. I mean, who names them? Who's in charge of the names? Because you suck. I mean, there is the whole name generator for everybody who has gone through the temple, whatever year it is. You're given a new name. Go watch New Name Noah. It's got a lot of good videos on the temple ceremonies and all the weird stuff, all the rituals. But besides the second anointing, that one's for special people. And not just the rich, and not just the long-term church members or whatever. Nobody knows because they don't have a system. It's not transparent. Make up your rules as you go. Anyways, so I mean, there's just a whole lot of murkiness and sketchiness and shadiness. No integrity. I don't believe a damn word this church says, does, projects, purports, claims, alleges. I don't trust them. It's a dangerous church. They don't call them the Mormon Mafia for nothing. It's just a man's club. It's a good old boys club. That's all it is. It protects pedophiles, and it kills kids, and just is like, okay, what's next? What's the next order of business to further our agenda? And the whole time they're duping their entire congregation because they are the elites. They are the Mormon elites, and don't you damn forget it. And you won't at the end of this. Unfortunately, I see it. I've been seeing it. I just didn't want the labels. I don't care. It's truth. I stand in truth. And I encourage you to do the same. Do your research. Do your own research. If it feels right, don't discount that. It's okay to feel. All the things have to work together. You can't just depend on dreams, visions. Everybody dreams. You're not special. Okay? Everybody dreams. Oh my God, it's this church is creating so many problems. And it's not the members' faults because they're taught this. They don't know any other way. The ones that are born into it, this is all they know. It's just like when we talk about how Chad's children, how can they, support their dad? It's all they know. It is all they know. Not only do they know their alleged murderous dad and trust him, believe in him, but they also are supported and brainwashed by a culture who teaches the very thing, to trust the patriarch, the father, the family, the leader, the head. Discount your mother. which my Tammy video did not come out right. I don't know why it uploaded that way. I'm like, what the hell? It just stuck on one picture. It was a talk, and it was about what the point of Heavenly Mother is, and why. I mean, the woman's there. The Mormon woman is there. The wife, she's there, and she's always in the background propping up her husband so that he can shine and just be all patriarchal and narcissistic and shit. Meanwhile, what I think is going on, just like right here, I really do believe that this church, or as Spring, according to her estranged husband, Ben, says, my wife says that the church leaders are hiding a secret combination, i.e., Ben's sins. Okay? So why would Ben say that? Ben, her estranged husband, who's like, woo, hey, don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. You know? And I'm just like, why is he bringing out all these, it doesn't match what I'm seeing, what I'm hearing, what he's saying, it does not add up. So I question Ben. I really worry about Blaze. Don't take me wrong. Don't get me twisted. I worry about Ben. He's a kid in this. He's he's a teenager, just like Tylee was. But hello, okay? And the way that it's worded and between Ben and the son-in-law, Braden, it just doesn't line up for me. So I'm not asking you to, my way is the right way. There is no right or wrong. That's what this is. There's no right or wrong. We can all have perspectives, opinions, theories, and we talk about it. We further our understanding along. That's how these things build. That's how we learn by trek, doing the things. That's how we learn and progress as a society, and agree to disagree and just be respectful no matter what. You don't have to. I don't want any yes men around me, please. That bothers me. It's toxic, bad. And that's why we're here. Anyways, that door's right there. Okay. Oh, that door's right there. I just told you. Sorry. You can leave it open, babe. Okay. Love you. Love you. Anyway, so it's just a mess. Just like in any other case, these bombshells, and we get excited, I guess, and overwhelmed by all the craziness. We're just like, what? And then everything's just going, and we're like, oh my God, I heard that here and I heard that there. And that was in Lori and Jessica. So that was Ruby and Jody's case. That was in Tim Ballard's lawsuit. It's in Mormonism, and it's sick, and it's a cancer. And what did Tim Ballard that said that he was going to cut the cancer out of OUR or whatever? Well, that needs to happen here too. It just is, it bothers me. Yeah, they're in Canada. Allegedly. I mean, again, that's from the dad's own words, Ben's words or whatever. And so I just have to assume. And I mean, I don't know. I haven't checked it in the last 2 hours. So I'm just saying, initially, just read the stories. Read what they are saying. I watched each interview 3 or 4 times, and just, it did not sit right with me. And again, y'all know, I mean, this story is verbatim, just like Tylee and JJ's. I'm just like, oh my God. And it's not just me trying to distance from, I mean, no, it helps me build my case as to why I think the church is involved, allegedly, in my opinion, in my family's murders, and not just aware, not only aware. Yeah. Anyways, so I'm just waiting on that other shoe to drop, everything to lock into place. As far as physical uh, footprints, that tie these things together. Because just like Chandler Police Department dropped the ball and needs to be held accountable for the wrongful deaths that were in my opinion, a direct link to, they dropped the ball. And they didn't just do it and drop it on Charles. They dropped it on Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, us as secondary co-victims, and then as society, period. End of story. And that church is at a higher standard because of how they preach holiness and godliness and da 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 da. But they don't put their money where their mouth is. But they're gonna. And I got more time than money, and I'll never sign a non-disclosure agreement. They will never silence me unless, and that ain't a damn challenge. They don't play fair. I already had that Jesus card in my house, inside of my house, while I was sleeping. We don't have Mormon temples within a 1 hour radius, unless one popped up in the middle of the night. But do you understand what I'm saying? It's not just on my property. It was inside my house, not just in the door, not any weird, easy, oh, okay, well, we don't have wind, we have wind, but I mean, it's not like that. It's not like that. It did not belong here. They did not belong here. They did not belong inside my house. Nobody invited anybody in. Nobody asked them to put my name on the card. It was a personal message. And I choose to not get caught off guard, not to give them the benefit of the doubt, because that gets you dead where I come from. And track record, I have 3 dead family members. We got 3. Mark those down. I'm not a statistician, but I'm not a dumbass either. I don't gamble. Not good at it. Oh, what did I do? That is weird. Oh, I know what I did. Okay, I'm trying to hide this thing. It's very distracting. Sorry, I kept it on that long. Wow. Whew. Maybe that's what got me energized. I have this one too. All right. Here, I'm about to leave. I'm about to end. I'm sorry, y'all. I know I've kept y'all here so long, just listening to me harp and bitch and moan and brr. But I appreciate you. Y'all always give me a soft place to land. I really do appreciate and value you. I do care about what you say, how you feel, what you think. Your perspectives are gold to me. I've learned so many things just from comments of all these videos, all these players, all these people. There's so many. It's so vast. It's too much for one person to even have to keep up with by themselves, by myself. And so I love that you share this difficult journey with me. Nobody said it was easy. That's life. I mean, it is what it is. And you guys show up time and time again. I wish the world was made up of you. You guys are the good that I see in the world. And from, studying this church, researching, observing, learning, analyzing, reading this church is, it's a full-time job. And it's so dark. It is something far more dark and far more sinister. Just like my uncle told me in a dream. It wasn't really a dream, if I'm being honest. Just people tend to accept that a little easier. Trust me, it was first time for me too. I was like, what? It was very strong. His spirit is strong. All of their spirits are strong. And I mean, they used to be with me a lot, especially my Uncle Charles. And then, it fades over time. You see little things, little signs, feather, and I'm just like, oh. Yeah. Anyways, I just want to honor them. I want to continue to honor them. And I want to continue to seek justice through understanding, like KJ says. Thank you, Trace. It's hard to say these things. It's so vulnerable because people are like, people are people. Ignorant assholes they can be because they feel attacked or hurt. And so they're like, it's like a poo slinging contest, like those monkeys, But, only if I entertain it, only if I entertain them, will it give them the fuel to stay around. So I try not to entertain them. But, I think, oh yeah. Also, so I haven't really done anything special or whatever for all the members. So I just learned how to do a members only live stream. I know it sounds so, everybody else does it. Oh, I'm not a creator. I'm a family member of violent crime victims. Okay. And I'm here just because I found an outlet. And anyways, but YouTube, all these things, they kind of make you that, if you want to do this and well, you have to have 1,000 subscribers. Well, okay. You know what it's like to brand murder as a family member? It's sick. You're like, they don't equate to me. So I'm like, how the hell? Because I don't want to be perceived as, I am not here to make money. I'm here to make sense. And I mean that in a punny way. I mean that I'm here for justice through understanding. It's priceless. Again, their blood paid for it. My blood. That's my blood. That's nobody else's blood. It's mine. And this affects my life. It impacted my life. It impacts my life to this very day. Screw you if you don't see it. I can't take the blinders off of you. This is my life. They were part of it. They were removed. Anyways. Oh yeah, so the members, what I was going to do is do a members only live stream maybe tomorrow night if y'all are, I'm not even going to ask. I'm just going to do it. And so just know it's not going to go very smooth, maybe because it'll be the first time. And these they never go smooth. But it won't show me like how many are going to be in the members only chat. So just forgive me is all I'm asking. Just give me some grace and a little leniency like I always do, and learn with me. And we'll just chit chat. Maybe I'll read what I've written so far in my letter to Laura Horror. Right. Anyways, I appreciate you guys. I do. I really do. I wish I could hug you. TC, I went to email you back today and then it wouldn't, I don't know, it started spinning. I was like, that's weird. I'm always running out of Google space though. So there's that. And then I ended up writing onto it. It's where I start processing and I'm like, oh yeah. And then I'm like, wait, this is way too much to be emailing anybody back. So I copy and paste it somewhere else. And then I'm like, okay. And then I haven't gotten back to it yet. But thank you. It meant a lot to me. Just how you reached out. And I just really appreciate you for that. I appreciate all of you. I'm not sure, Hippie Gypsy. I'm not sure. Mm. I think so. I don't know. Okay, Trey said I think they bill monthly. How many? I try not to ask those questions, Mad Donut. How many more crazy women gonna run off and do horrible crap to their kids? It's just like one of those rhetorical questions that we don't ever have the answers to, but it's like the universe is like, "Oh yeah, well here you go. Let me show you." Uh, and phew, too many. One was one too many, right? Yeah. Anyways, and they can be gifted too. They can be gifted too. Oh yeah, and then okay, so I took pictures of the bracelets too, and so I have to go post the pictures into the PayPal whatever link or yeah. And so those will be available. I'm gonna mail those out. And then I have the 3 winners for KJ's mugs. And so she told me the names Olive Heatley, Donna Donald. And when she was telling you my email, I'm like, Donna has that one memorized. Sure. And Marilyn Pastor. So that was very sweet of KJ to do. And congratulations on and Jack. Oh, I'm sorry, not Jack. Eric Jasper. God, see, I'm good with names. Just takes so many things in my brain. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for letting me just bitch and vent. And really, that was reserved. Just know that it's still reserved. I just want to cry but just get it out, kind of cry. Oh, thank you, Hippie Gypsy. That's sweet. I had said I posted in your community this morning about this craziness. That's nuts. It's not. A lot of people have sent me emails of this very story, and I appreciate it. I really do. That's how this works, and that's how we communicate, right? The fact that you even thought of me means a lot to me. We'll get through this together, and I hope and pray that Blaze. I just hope all the people are well and alive and safe and happy, and nothing bad's happening. I really hope how I think it is. I really get the feeling, the belief, well, however you want to frame it, suspicion that the wife perhaps ran with her 2 children to her brother to get her away from, Ben said it, abuse or Ben's sins that the I'm sorry, not the secret society. Is it? Damn it. I hate this. I want to make sure I'm not just talking out my butt. And so it says, my wife says that the church leaders are hiding a secret combination, i.e., Ben's sins. So, what are Ben's sins? And why are the brethren who are known over and over and over again to do this very thing? Awesome. Thank you. Thank y'all for joining. Why she's running away from Mormonism, her brethren that she sustains. They're covering up maybe Ben's sins that maybe are against. I'm just reading into this. And I was like, there it is. That's why I'm not connecting with these dudes, these guys with these horrible stories that sound just like my family's. Why can I connect? Why? Because I'm like, there's something adding up. And that was it. When I heard KJ read this morning, I was like, whoa, what'd she just say? And I was like, okay, well, yep, that makes all the damn sense in the world. She is running for whatever reasons. This is just a theory. Just think about it. I'm just saying. Let's find out some more about Ben, his sins or alleged sins, and Braden, their past, their associates, birds of a feather flock together. It's important to get a full picture anyways, and not just their words. These are just their words. Why would you take Why would there's so many things, and so just Sunday and maybe tomorrow. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about this tomorrow in the members only chat too. Because I didn't get to it tonight, and there's so many things. The Ring doorbell cameras just so happen to be removed in both homes. I mean, that is suspicious hell. You know, it don't make sense. The only thing that's got me going and kind of okay, I guess maybe, is that is that there's allegedly, I don't know who has put eyes on the missing family members, the missing Thibaudeaus. I don't know if that's just we're taking the Ben and Braden's, is it Braden? Yeah. Word for it. And just like everything else in this everything has been from their mouths. I haven't heard the other side. Just like I don't buy the shit with Chad starting his own cult. I ain't buying it. I have not seen, and y'all, I researched that case inside, outside. I wanted to know. I definitely looked for that where Chad proclaimed to be a freaking cult leader, starting his own fake invisible church, building it right there on I guess an invisible lot where David Warwick said an invisible church was all just to, in the grand scheme of things, Chad and Lori, the whole part of the plan, of their master plan, the Lord's plan, was to be in Hawaii and just ride things out. That's some bullshit. Just like the daughter, what's her name? I don't know other names yet. Took me. I was like this with Ruby and Jody too. It starts with A. The daughter. I'm just gonna say the daughter. She tells her husband of 2 years, and they don't have kids. That's another thing. I don't think. I didn't hear of any. The younger couple, Mormons, I mean, that's what the hell they do. They get married. They get married right away. They can't wait to get married. She's 23. I haven't heard any kids. No kids. Why? Or why not? You know, what's going on there? And then, the Ring doorbell cameras, that's weird. That's weird. That's not normal. Abby, thank y'all. Spring, Abby, Brooke. So, I don't know. Just examine it a little more with me. And let's just not. Again, I don't know why I always got to be in the minority. It's really lonely over here on this side. And I am using my feels, my gut feeling, my intuition. I am using that in addition to logic, common sense, no gut feeling, right? I'm going to do the whole KJ thing. I did it to her earlier. I'm like, even a little psychoanalysis is weird. You know, the whole thing. You take all the things, you filter them through, you take what you need, and you leave the rest for somebody else. And it can't be like factual until you can actually prove it. Hopefully, have 2 or 3 witnesses or things substantiate, corroborating that evidence, the facts or whatever. And that tends to hold up a little better. Anyways, all right, I'm going. I'm tired of talking. I'm tired of hearing myself talk. Anyways, I love you. Love you guys. Yeah, keep an open mind. Shit changes, right? Jared Brooks, he is still missing. Still missing. Nobody's talking about that except for Nonsense. Nonsense covered it on her channel. I was like, oh, good. I didn't cover it well, but still, Trace is a freaking whiz on that case. It's close to where she lives too. What's going on in Arizona? Blaze and Jarrett Brooks. 16-year-old missing since July 4th. Crap, I don't ever know the damn names. I gotta remember way too many things. This is a lot for one person to remember, and not. I don't have it. Just wait. I do. somewhere right here. They all look the same. All my pictures. Backstage. Okay. This right here. Age 16 years old. Missing 16-year-old Jarrett Brooks. Last seen Joseph City, Arizona at the 4400 block of Boyce Drive. Last seen Tuesday, July 4th, 2023. Approximately 6:30 in the damn morning. Height 6'0". He's a tall guy. 140 pounds. There's a $50,000 reward by anonymous donor for information leading to Jarrett's whereabouts. Last seen wearing a black t-shirt with America in all caps written on the front, dark colored baseball cap, blue jeans, square-toed boots, eye color is brown, dirty blonde hair, and had a mullet when he vanished. May have had a haircut since, right? I mean, their looks can change, of course. Okay, it says Jarrett is very friendly and will talk to everyone. That scares me about my daughter. She'd talk to anybody and everybody. I'm like, oh my God. Okay, his family and friends are worried about him and want to know that he is safe. Jarrett is the middle child of 7. Family lives near I-40, so he has quick access to this major interstate. If anyone has any information on his whereabouts, I think somebody told me I had the wrong something, but this is what I have. So if anyone has information on his whereabouts, please call 911 or call I think it's this Navajo Sheriff's Office at 928-524-4050. Hashtag search for Jarrett Brooks. That was on Facebook. His parents' names are Laura and Brian Brooks. I think Brian might not be his real dad. I'm not sure. I'm not Trace. I need to stop. Don't know that. His parents have hired a private investigator with Arizona license number 1757587. Private investigator, Harter Investigations, LLC. That's Harter with a T. Anyways, I love you guys. Thank you all for being here. And I don't think so. I don't think he's Navajo. Could be. And, part. I know I have Native American. I have some itchy nose blood in me right now. I don't know why. It's driving me insane. It's just like when I'm on here. So maybe it's a nerve getting cut off or something. I'm old. Shit happens. Anyways. Oh, that's the wrong child, but thank you for highlighting him too. Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah. I was just saying in addition. Okay, that kind of threw me off. Hold on. Brand. Let me take this down. Okay. Let's see. Here, I'll show you a picture of Ben. He's right here. Oh, never mind. I didn't share my screen. Ding dong. Y'all, I shouldn't even went live. My head's everywhere. Triggered. Okay. This is Blaze Thibaudeau. That is why we're here. They're all why we're here. I don't know how to separate them. They all run in together. So I'm not your source. Don't come to me just for your sole source of information. A lot of it's my conjecture. A lot of it's my experience with dealing with Chad and Lori Daybell and my family members that were murdered, and how all these things sound the same. They can't have this many similarities. There's just no possible way, which tells me that there's one source. And that source is not just these individuals. This source is bigger than just these individuals. Question everything. We have every right to. People who get annoyed with questions and people's questions, and an inquisitive person is somebody who doesn't want to be bothered by it or doesn't like you intruding, or maybe they can't answer. I know I can't answer all the questions. I don't have all the answers, but we do the best we can with what we have. We are talking about it. And again, I'm not a true crime channel. I'm just difficult research. I'm Cresha Easton, and my family is directly affected by this Mormon rot that has been, it's just, I mean, it's bursting at its seams. It's like the craziness is just, it has nowhere to go. Okay, never mind. It reminded me of, never mind, a bodily function, Okay, I'll stop. Use your imagination. Okay. Well.
Why don't we start from the top, Ben?
Oh, yeah.
Tell me what you can.
Okay.
Sure. So Monday afternoon at about 4:45 p.m. Local time in Arizona, I received a phone call from my son-in-law, and I answered the phone call, and he said, "Ben, our worst nightmares have come true." And I said,
"Why would he say that?"
"What are you talking about?" He said, "They've left. They're gone." And I said, "Who's left? Who's gone?"
Why did son-in-law, why did Braden just sit there and help him pack? And then call him after the fact. And how in the hell did Braden get his damn dad all the way from Utah? If this happened at 10:30 in the damn morning in Arizona, how in the living hell did he get his dad? Call him, make all the plans, all the arrangements, the flight, and get his dad down there that morning. How? From Utah to Arizona. I would like to know which portal they're using.
He said, Abby, Blaze, and Spring. Abby is his wife. Spring is his wife. And Blaze is my child, who's 16.
That's Blaze.
Left to go to Boise, Idaho on a flight from Phoenix Sky Harbor direct to Boise, and that Brooke Hale, who is my brother-in-law, my wife's brother, was waiting there to pick them up.
So I can't help it. I cannot help it. I wish that I was on the majority side with everybody else, but then I don't, because that wouldn't be me. I'd be lying about everything that is compelling me to feel the way I feel and to believe and to kind of look at things a little. I look at things. I process things. Logic. You weren't talk it out loud. Say it. I don't care if you're by yourself. Speak it out loud. Once you speak it, you're like, wait, that doesn't even make sense. So I'm not going to be quick to demonize this guy. He could really be helping his sister and her 2 children escape from her estranged, could be wacky husband for all we know. We don't know. We're not privy, nor do we have that kind of, whether you sat next to him and sacrament or whatever. You don't know who you're sitting next to in sacrament, because Lori and Chad went to temple after they murdered people, allegedly for Chad. Okay? These people are praying with an E, not an A. And so you don't know who people are. You just know what they present themselves to be to you. I never looked at Lori and was like, oh yeah, she's so going to just rock my entire family and murder people I love. Never. Wow. It's crazy. Don't dismiss everything. That's important.
I raced home. I met my son-in-law Braden at my house to get more details. He said that his wife Abby had asked him to come home early.
His daughter. That's his damn daughter. He talks real low about his daughter and his strange wife.
Early for lunch because
that's his daughter.
Because she was not feeling well and needed to go to the doctor, so he came home at about.
And so did they make this story up about the whole? It's a ruse, in my opinion. It just it stinks. If he walks like a duck, talks like a duck, as a duck.
10:30 a.m. He had noticed the Ring doorbell from their apartment had been taken off.
Convenience? What would the daughter, who's packing frantically, why would she have what would her motives be to take the damn Ring doorbell camera off? It doesn't make sense.
Thought that was strange.
Make it make sense.
So he knocked on the door and Abby let him in, and she was in the process of packing
his own house
luggage with all kinds of winter.
Okay, hold on.
gear, survival gear,
Survival, like knives, guns, weaponry, rocks. I mean, what did they pack? It's heavy. It's a lot of winter clothes. That's what I picture. Um, from what he is describing, that is what I'm like. Oh my god, I can just picture them packing frantically, and I picture myself. I know how I pack, and I mean, so they go on this big old shopping extravaganza at their local sporting good retailer, and just to carry it. Why don't they just go shopping in Boise? Does that make any sense? Where they actually have clothes that are more for that season, for that type of expedition that they're setting out on.
a camouflage, and he asked her obviously what she was doing, and she said, "We need to go. We need to leave now." And she explained where they were going.
She's scared of you. That is what I'm getting.
And that they wanted him to come, that Brooke had bought tickets for all of them, and that they needed to leave immediately.
So it has to be really bad to just uproot your entire life. I'm just looking at this and this, what I'm getting off of this right now. And it's so imminent. It has nothing to do with the second coming of Jesus Christ. It has all to do with the situation and the fakery that's going on, that the projection of we were, estranged, but we were working it out and it was just good, great, everything's great. They're awesome people, but crazy because they believe in these outlandish freaking things. It don't make sense.
He resisted and said, I do not want to go. My daughter was emotional. Braden was emotional.
I bet.
They called Brooke. Brooke tried to persuade him.
Brooks, the brother, so it's his brother-in-law. Okay. That is the uncle to the two children. That is the brother of the estranged wife. The wife on the run with her two older, or I guess older children.
Shared some dreams with him. Shared some scriptures with him.
Welcome to Mormonism. Okay, it's what they do.
Told him he needed to be like Zoram.
Okay, I don't know shit about Zoram. Seen the name before, but I've got to do some more research into that.
Who followed Lehi and his family into the wilderness.
This to me sounds just like it'll be a Nephi ending, or I'm told I'll be like Nephi. It'll have a Nephi and Laban ending. That bullshit. It's talking in Mormon parables.
And to just have faith. Braden felt very uncomfortable. He, in the moment, just was so shocked. He said that he needed to get out of there. He walked out of the apartment
while his wife is frantically packing, talking allegedly some crazy extremism gibberish, alarming. She allegedly called him home from work saying she needed to be brought to the emergency room, and then there was not an emergency. So what was her point? What was her point? To try and get him to go with her because, she is young and they just married, and Mormons don't tend to give up on their marriages. they take alternative measures. It seems to be, it just doesn't make sense.
Went down the stairs, went and sat in his car that was parked in the apartment parking lot.
Why?
He noticed that my wife was there in her car with Blaze in the front seat. As he sat in his car, he saw Abby come down with all the luggage.
All right.
They put the luggage into the back of the car and they drove away.
That's where it goes.
This all happened around 11 a.m. Arizona time.
11 a.m.
So, Ben, Abby and Blaze are your two kids.
Abby's 24 and Blaze is 16.
Okay.
Yes, they both are my kids.
And they were their uncle.
I would never know that by listening to how this man explained everything. Seems like to me, it seems like Blaze is just collateral damage, unfortunately, or something. Something's going on here. And it's not what they are projecting.
Told them to leave Arizona and come to Idaho.
My wife, Abby,
That's very rehearsed. My wife. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to. It's rubbing me the wrong
and
way.
their uncle all believe in this rapture and this
Wait, what was
all
Nate's question?
Leave Arizona and come to
24, and Blaze is 16.
Okay.
Yes, they both are my kids.
And their uncle told them to leave Arizona and come to Idaho.
Question.
My wife, Abby,
And he's now doing some kind of word salad to further his. It's like he is using, or kind of like Tim Ballard does, and kind of like the church does. It's like, this is what I'm getting. I know it's not going to be popular. I know this probably caught you a little off guard. I get it. It caught me off guard. I'm like, wait, what? Okay, wait, no, it's just not adding up. So Nate just asked him that question, a direct question. And now he's gonna make it these outlandish claims. It's like he is enlisting us, playing on our emotions to get us to locate his fleeing wife, estranged wife, and adult daughter, who he just doesn't seem to really care for. She's probably dark. She's kind of demonized a little bit. So is the wife. And Blaze is, and the way I get it from him, is just kind of the golden boy. He's the Russell Frankie. He's the R. Frankie child. The blonde hair, the blue eyes, the sacrifice. I know that sounds crazy, but just follow me. Just hear me out.
and their uncle all believe in this rapture and this doomsday scenario that's about to happen according to the beliefs they have. And they
have. No. No.
made the decision that now was the time to go gather. And Blaze's role in all of this, they believe he is something called a Davidic servant.
Okay. It's like he's saying all the things that catch that. So we're like, wait, we're so shocked by these horrific, horrible, weird, crazy, outlandish, what's the word my Uncle Charles used? Nonsensical claims. It's worked for Lori Daybell. People watch, people see. Why do you think he's talking to Nate Eaton? I mean, Nate cornered the market on covering the Daybell case, right? He's good at what he does. It just, I mean, for Arizona, I was just like, well, why did Justin Lum? Like I'm just trying to figure these things out. These are just things that are running through my mind.
So they felt like they need to protect him, and
Why are they protecting him?
They needed to take him to this.
They're going to protect him just to sacrifice him? And the Davidic servant can be like Eric, what's his face? Eric, oh my God, the names. Julian Eric, whatever. Julian Eric. Said that the Davidic servant can be multiple people. And it is true. I remember arguing this down and learning this for myself back whenever I put together, it was, oh my God, I can't think of the names. It was right around the time I was putting together the second anointing stuff. There was another member of the church who had gotten not excommunicated, but I really think that he took part in the second anointing. And I'm sorry, I can't remember his name right now. It's in my videos playlist. And it has the church lady on the front, okay, of the thumbnail. And it's just the same. It's copy and paste time and time again. And we fall for these crazy things. And I say that because I have experienced this firsthand as a person, as a family member who had multiple people be murdered, and missing and murdered. And I mean, it's not just nationwide. It's across the entire planet and the whole universe worldwide knows about it, have heard about it. People following this story, the Daybell case, from all over the world. And so at first, my first line of thinking was, okay, well, did he pick some things? Is he really needing the attention? Is he using these things to villainize or bolster his agenda, his need to want to find his son mainly? I don't get where I don't feel he's really worried about his daughter, but she's older. I get it. But then that's when I was sitting there trying to figure out, why am I even feeling this? Why something's not right?
Undisclosed location.
Oh, that man's name was Robert Norman.
Where he would receive his calling and understand his role in the second coming and the Savior's return to the earth.
Mm-mm.
So that's how Blaze is involved
Bullshit.
in this. They see him as this Davidic servant that.
Okay, well, he doesn't see himself that way. So he seems like a very smart, intelligent, very. He's like a damn man. I know he's only 16, about to be 17, but he looks, compared to his sister and his mother's, from just their body type, they don't look like he just seems like he would be able to physically not be held down by them, or I don't know. It doesn't add up for me. None of it
plays a significant role in the Savior's return.
And
why do people feel like first off, people stop. If this is what's going on, you are not invited. Nobody knows the time when Jesus is going to return.
As far as these beliefs, Ben, as far as has your wife been talking about this for, the past few weeks or months, or is this suddenly out of the blue, she starts saying this and off they go?
And this man right here, he reminds me of Eric Mutzos, or just very rehearsed. He doesn't, I don't know. I know everybody responds to trauma and all that differently. Trust me, I know. I get it. I'm not shaming him. I'm not. I'm just trying to understand. I care about his son who's missing, either against his will or not, whatever. I just want him to be held. I just want him to be counted for. I want him to be okay. I want this to not end up like it did for my family.
So back in 2015, my wife got involved pretty heavily with Julie Rowe.
And so I just feel like he's just bringing up old shit right here because it's worked before in the past.
So much that she was
Mormons are going
asked
crazy
to be a scribe for some of these revelations that Julie Rowe was receiving.
Julie's been out of the church now for 4 freaking years. This didn't carry over from 2015, and it's just now affecting him now. But yet they've been estranged. No, it don't make sense.
There was some energy healings that took place. It concerned me a great deal.
Oh,
I expressed that to her, and we actually, I requested that we go in and talk to our ecclesiastical leader,
the bishop,
mm-hmm. to talk about it. The bishop asked her, or essentially told her, she needed to stop if she wanted the marriage to survive.
Is this the bishop that he might be aware of Ben's sins? I don't know. It's a logical question.
Spring stopped following Julie Rowe at that time, but I think she was still indoctrinated with a lot of what was taught and shared.
Okay, so these ideas of Julie allegedly infiltrated his wife, and she just carried on. Didn't really follow Julie anymore, because Julie was excommunicated and all. Whatever.
My wife's always been fascinated with the end of days, the last times.
Okay, and so this had me thinking earlier, this whole fanaticism thing. Okay, people like that, that's called scrupulosity. or I think that's what it's called. I'm not good with labels or things like that, but it's extremism. It's all these, the OCD thing that plays into that. I remember being like that when I was younger. 'Cause I used to be so scared of the world ending. I had anxiety. I still have anxiety. I've been riddled with it since I was 15 years old. And I remember having compulsive thoughts, like, oh my God, is this going to happen? Is that going to happen? And just worried all the time. I couldn't watch news stations. This is back when, like, I remember it probably started around the Gulf War time. And there's just a little trauma that happened around that too. With my stepdad that raised me, he was kind of insensitive with major issues like that would worry a child, and he would just kind of pick and joke and ha ha ha. But it had a lasting effect on me. And so people tend to have those kind of things. But other than that, if you're just fascinated with something or just interested in something, I've found in my experience that learning, educating myself, doing the research, it made me feel a whole lot better about the world that I live in, my understanding of it. It didn't like create a fanatic. I don't know. There might be something psychologically there, that I'm not a professional. I'm just working this out with you in my brain.
She's recently been researching significantly an author by the name of Abraham Gileadi.
So I'm like, okay, why are they trashing this dude now? you know, it's kind of like Tom Harrison in Tim Ballard's thing. And I'm like, who is really doing the ruse here? Is he put up by the church to cause a distraction with this story? Is this really I mean, I'm there now. That's where I'm at. I'm just like, what is their end game? Who is behind this? And I mean, I already know that the church has a whole freaking department, and they are paid to, it's called the strengthening of the, oh hell, I already forgot. I'm tired. Strengthening of the committee. I don't know. It's people who basically like these internal missionaries who are just try to keep people in the church at all costs sometimes. And this reminds me of Dan Judd and how he was labeled as he identified or whatever as a headhunter. What the hell is a headhunter? He ain't no model scout. Who is he scouting? My family? Yeah, I mean, it's just like you wonder who all these, I'll use the church's term, minions are. I mean, they can get anybody to do pretty much anything for them. They don't have to even get their hands dirty. What do they want? Why are they doing this? I'm looking at this now, just break away from this situation for a minute. And it also plays in with Lori and Chad. It also plays in with Ruby and Jody. It also plays in with Tim Ballard. Okay. I feel like they're tools, they're extensions of, just hear me out on this. It's not going to be comfortable for everybody. It's going to be weird. Conspiracy theory, whatever you want to call it. I say it's coming from source because it's the same story. It's the same pattern. It's the same terminology. And these are different, very different people, very different lives. The only thing they have in common, allegedly, is this damn church. Or is it? Is it something higher than that? Where a church who everybody's expendable to them, and holds people's salvation over their heads. Can they get them to, see how far they'll go to save children, so to speak? Do you see what I'm saying? Why is this happening? And at first I was like, okay, what are they trying to distract us from something else that's going on? It seems to be rapid succession. Gut punch, gut punch, gut punch, gut punch. And I'm even to the point, I'm like, is this like some big experiment? I feel like a damn lab rat. And it all plays on our emotions and all our feels. And it enrages us. It creates divisiveness. It creates tension, wars. It incites rage and us to do irrational things in the heat of the moment because we're pissed off. and we want what's right. We're standing up for what's right. But these people are backwards, it seems to be. Up is down, down is up. Pain equals pleasure on your child, children, duct taped, duct taped, duct taped. Not just JJ, found in a grave, mummified basically with so much overt, an abundant amount of duct tape around that baby. And I just got to take their word for it. With all of technology, all of today's technological advances, and I know very little about the comings and goings of all these people around the time of these children's murders. It seems very convenient for me. And I've seen where the church covers up abuse. I've seen it time and time again. You have too. Boy Scouts of America, that's just a drop in the bucket. A lot of these cases don't even get reported. They just are handled in-house. Okay? This is a problem. It was just a me problem, but now it's our problem. And it's been our problem for a very long time. And we've got to hold this church accountable for what it is purporting, what it refuses to address. It's building up all these narcissists. It's creating victims in their wake. I mean, by the buku, okay? Boatload of victims in its wake. It doesn't care. It doesn't even skip a beat. It doesn't flinch. We are nothing. People are expendable. Narcissist. And so it bothers me. We got to hold it accountable and responsible for what it is doing.
Who purports to understand the book of Isaiah.
Yeah. He has a whole freaking thing about it. Okay. He's very a world renowned. He's one of those world renowns. He's up there with Val Brinkerhoff, y'all. I've brought you his work. Val Brinkerhoff, who is an artist for the church, another multi-millionaire, who painted Jesus, and Jesus just so happened to look just like him. He painted Jesus in his image. That's what I'm saying. That's what we're dealing with.
My wife brought my daughter into this about 2.5 years ago. And
so right when she met her husband, Braden,
they started having dreams, and they started sharing dreams.
What? Okay, it's normal. It's normal. Nobody's special.
And both felt like they had the gift to interpret dreams.
Okay, you can look at a dream book interpreter right now. Okay. Something I connected earlier while I was in watching Nonsense's coverage on this. And I thought, okay, Julie Rowe is the psychic. I mean, think about this. She's the psychic used by Chad and Lori, allegedly, or in that scenario, as is Janet Russin and that Lori mediums, the psychics that Tim Ballard used. Okay. Do you see the pattern here? I was like, oh, wow. I made that connection too.
They brought my brother-in-law into this about 1.5 years ago.
Okay. So he's definitely not leading the pack if he's behind them. 1.5 years. Man, I'm mutilating this thing right now. I didn't see all these things earlier. But the brother's like inciting all this fear and come on. He's the Davidic servant, king, whatever the hell. He's the one mighty and strong, the OMS, right? He's the guru. Oh my God, this is not right.
When he was going through a pretty significant crisis in his own marriage.
Mm-hmm. So he went through a divorce, probably, the brother-in-law, I'm assuming.
And he just has taken it and run with it.
Because something, they fell out. Maybe Ben sins, cause some contention there.
But yes, my wife has been involved in these types of things in one way or another for many years.
That's her brother. And kind of can't help who your freaking family is.
Always been a church attending, a temple worthy
Okay, so she's a good Mormon.
member of our church and served in callings, but on the side, she's had this hobby of researching the second coming
And you allowed it, you damn patriarch.
and signs of the times and the end of the world.
Signs of the times is code. This is, I don't know. It makes me think of the whole religious ceremonies that take place and land 2 kids in the back of Chad Daybell's yard. And I hate to say that, but that's just, I can't. I had to.
Okay, so when she took off, though, were you surprised that she took it this far, or was it kind of that's kind of along the path she was going?
When she was into the Julie Rowe stuff, she started spending significant amount of money on food prep.
That's your money, okay? And yeah.
She
Okay, all Mormons. Oh my God, this is a Mormon thing. They are pretty much preached to by their church to have, I think it's a year supply. I think he says 2-year supply. Ooh.
was buying a lot of winter gear, even though we live in Arizona.
As he's, okay, I was like, he's got a damn jacket on. I mean, it does get chilly there at night. There are white mountains there. I don't know if it gets colder, but you know what I'm saying. I'm not an Arizona geographical specialist.
She was buying tents. She
For what? To carry on the plane?
was convinced that that the saints would have to gather in the last days.
Where I come from, that's community property. So they're half yours.
Up into the mountains, and she was preparing for that. I thought there was a possibility that she could eventually leave and take off with another group.
Oh, Ben sins.
I'm totally surprised that she took my son Blaze, and I'm even more concerned because Blaze has never subscribed to any of this.
This is the weird part for me. I'm just like, why all the demonization, the villainization on the daughter and the mother, you know, the less worthy women, but focusing on, so does he really have these plans of Davidic whatever and bringing in the second coming and the times and signs of the times and all those code words? Is he projecting here? Is that what I'm sensing? I really kind of am getting that right now.
He is not. He is in no way a supporter of anything she's ever believed.
That's his mom. I don't understand why he's like assassinating her character. Why? Because she chose to leave him and his sins, Ben's sins.
He is your prototypical teenager that all he wants to do is hang out with friends and be on his phone. He's an athlete. He's on the football team.
Mm-hmm.
He's worked so hard to be on that football team.
Mm-hmm.
They still have games left this season. There's no way that he would have gone along with this. So
I mean, but there is a way, you know, there is. We don't know that side of the story. And this is my gut feeling. And don't take this for anything. This is just me interjecting here. I don't feel like he is in danger. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I hope I'm right. But that's just that's my initial feeling here. It's just like, okay, I'm more worried about why he is saying the things that he is saying and how he's saying them and when and where and all the things.
Coerced him, possibly sedated him. He's probably maybe been threatened. I did hear from Braden that
there's a whole lot of doubt in what he is saying. He is just assuming and speculating, just like we are.
Because Braden asked if Blaze was going, and apparently he was told that they told Blaze he was going on an early birthday vacation, but obviously that would have been Blaze would have figured out really quickly that there is no.
And so this is just him assuming
vacation. So I'm very concerned about that piece, that my son is in danger and that his uncle maybe could be the aggressor in this if things don't go the right.
Why? I mean, he's Johnny come lately, as you said earlier. I mean, your wife's been into it since 2015, your estranged wife, and your daughter, who is yours and your wife's daughter, got into it 2 years ago. So did she not subscribe to it? These are the same kind of people who say that Lori moved 50 times when really Lori just never established roots. She was just swinging pillow to post, so she could hoe around with Chad. And I'm just like, she didn't move. She never lived there. It didn't. Mm-mm.
The right way.
Yeah, and that's why, everyone involved here except your son is an adult, so they're obviously free to do what they want. But when you have a 16-year-old, is there any sort of custody arrangement between? You're still married to Spring, right?
I'm still married to her. There was a petition filed for a dissolution.
What the hell is a dissolution besides what I think it is? I'm gonna Google it.
Last week, between her and I, she's been wanting to divorce me, but
there you go.
She did not.
Why does she want to divorce you, Ben? Sins?
Not want to be the one to file because it's public record in Arizona. So we had been separated, living at different locations.
Why?
In the same city. But as strange as it sounds, we've had a great relationship.
Oh, it sounds more than strange. It sounds sus.
Recently, without saying too much, the
Why?
best relationship you could have as a
You shared so many crazy things. Why without sharing too much? This is the one part where you can really have a lot facts. You have history, experience with this woman who's the mother of your children, who left frantically, without you knowing, with your son, y'all's son. Why just that son and that daughter? Where are the other children? Where are the other children?
Married couple. We've been getting along. But the amount of time she spent talking to Abby and Brooke on the phone.
Oh, God forbid.
The frequency, we're talking hours a day, multiple times a day.
How you know that?
For the last year and a half. And I would periodically check my AT&T phone records. They were always talking to each other, morning, midday, night.
That is her freaking mom. And again, Mormon women need to go to work, get real jobs, not be you Ruby exploitators, or I don't know. Just something needs to give. Something needs to need some independence.
Because of the petition for dissolution that I had filed.
No, that's not because
I was able to get an emergency motion from a judge from the Superior Court of Arizona, issuing an order to return Blaze to me immediately.
I wonder if he's Mormon. I just want to know.
In invoking the ability for law enforcement to get involved, to locate him and return him to my.
Okay, so a dissolution of marriage in Arizona is a legal process to end a marriage. Okay, so filing for divorce is another way to put that. If you're considering divorce, you need to understand the steps in a dissolution of marriage in Arizona. You are returned to the legal state. You are returned to the legal status as a single person when your marriage is dissolved. Okay, duh. Well, that sounds simple enough, is what it says. I didn't say that. However, you need to understand there are many issues that must be resolved before you will get a divorce in Arizona. We will walk you through the steps of a dissolution of marriage case, so you understand all the steps involved. And it says marital counseling. Either party may request these counseling services in the first 60 days after the petition of for dissolution of marriage has been filed and served on the other spouse. And so she was filing these on him, right? He said, my wife has been trying to divorce me. Okay. Oh Lord. Okay. First step in a dissolution of marriage case in Arizona. The first step in pursuing the dissolution of marriage in Arizona is to file your petition for the dissolution of marriage in the Superior Court. You must allege your marriage is irretrievably broken in your petition for dissolution of marriage. You must also either affirm or deny if your marriage is a covenant marriage. Jesus. Oh, come on. slow. Okay, I'll just look at that later. In your okay, you must also either affirm or deny if your marriage is a covenant marriage in your petition for dissolution of marriage. Each county in Arizona has its own superior court. Each superior court, likewise, has its own family court division. You would file your petition for dissolution of marriage in the county where either you or your spouse lives. You will be required to pay a filing fee, although you may apply for the court to waive the filing fee. In addition to the divorce petition, you are required to file other associated paperwork, including 1. A summons, 2. A preliminary injunction, 3. A notice to convert health insurance, 4. A notice to creditors, and 5. A sensitive data sheet. You need to bring several copies of those documents to the clerk of the court when they are filed. You need multiple copies of the document because the clerk of court will file one copy with the court and will date stamp, referred to as conforming copies, at least 2 additional copies. The clerk of the court will return the conformed copies to you. 1 copy is for you to keep, and the other will be served by a process server on your spouse. Your spouse has a limited period of time to file a written response to petition for dissolution of marriage after he or she is served with the divorce petition. I wonder if she has a life insurance policy. I want to know if he has. I want to know those things. If a response is not filed by your spouse within the time stated in the summons, you may apply for a default against your spouse. You may be able to proceed to a default hearing to obtain a court order dissolving your marriage. The court, in a default hearing, will also divide your assets and debts, enter child custody orders, enter spousal support orders, and may award attorney's fees. Spousal support. Okay. Ben sends spousal support. Secret societies. Covering up. Okay. If your spouse does not default, it will be up to you to pursue your divorce case with the court. Let's talk about that process next. Getting your dissolution of marriage on the court's active calendar. The court will not do anything after you filed your petition for dissolution of marriage in Arizona unless you prompt the court to do so. When you filed your dissolution of marriage case, you were automatically placed on the court's inactive calendar. The term inactive calendar is a complicated way of saying your case has been filed, but your case is not on the court's active calendar. This means your divorce case has not been set for trial. Once your case is set for trial, you're on the court's active calendar. You will receive a notice in the mail informing you of the dismissal of your case if you do not move your case from the inactive calendar to the Oh my gosh. So let's talk about how we avoid that from happening. To get your case on the active calendar, you can do one of 2 things. You may file a motion for temporary orders, or you may file a motion to set and certificate of readiness. Filing a motion for temporary orders. A motion for temporary orders is a written request for a short trial for the court to issue orders that will be in place until the dissolution of marriage is completed. Examples of temporary orders include 1. Temporary orders for the custody and parenting time of your minor children. 2. Temporary orders for child support. Number 3. Temporary spousal maintenance award. Alimony. Temporary use of certain property during the case, such as who will have possession and use of the family home. All these things are important, I think, in this case. Number 5, temporary orders for the payment of community bills. 6, temporary orders for the payment of attorney fees for the divorce. Filing a motion to set and certificate of readiness. I'm almost done. The motion to set and certificate of readiness is a document indicating you are ready for your divorce trial. You must swear, must raise your arm to the square. You must swear under oath you and your spouse have exchanged all necessary documents and information needed for that final trial. Lastly, the motion to set and certificate of readiness contains your request for the court to set your case for a final trial. Your judge will then schedule a resolution management conference. Good Lord. Seems like a lot. The dissolution of marriage resolution management conference. Okay, so what happens here is the court will reschedule a resolution management conference after it receives either the motion for temporary orders or a motion to set and certificate of readiness. The court will send a notice to you containing the location, the date, and the time for you and your spouse to appear for that resolution management conference. Evidence is not usually required to be presented at that conference. Okay, so read your notice from the court very carefully. The last thing you want to happen in your Arizona dissolution of marriage case is for the judge to begin taking evidence and ruling on issues in your case when you are not prepared to present your case. The purpose of the resolution management conference. So what is the purpose of it? Okay, in Arizona, these conferences are scheduled because the judge knows very little about your case. Your judge may not know if your case is complicated or simple. Yeah, just like obtaining what he just said he did. Your judge does not know if mediation will help settle the issues or whether mediation will not be helpful. Your judge does not know if only the two spouses will testify at trial or whether there will be a lot of witnesses. The resolution management conference allows your judge to order mediation of the case, set your case for trial, or discuss disagreements in an attempt to settle those disagreements. Settling your divorce case, for real, I'm not going to read past this bullet point. Okay, although a judge needs to approve any settlement agreement, it is always better to settle your dissolution of marriage case under terms you and your spouse agree upon. In Arizona, you do not have to appear before a judge to get your marriage dissolved if you settle all the issues in your case. So if you're just like, okay, good job. Part as friends. If you settle everything, you will sign and deliver a settlement agreement in the proper form, along with a divorce decree, i.e., consent decree, to the judge assigned to your case. If approved, the judge will then sign the consent decree for dissolution of marriage. Your marriage is then deemed to be dissolved when the judge files that signed consent decree with the clerk of the court. A judge typically signs the consent decree within a couple of weeks. The court will mail your final divorce decree to you and your spouse in the self-addressed and stamped envelopes you are required to provide. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, then it talks about going and taking it to trial, but I'm so running long. I'm so sorry.
I return him to me as issuing an order to return Blaze to me immediately and invoking the ability for law enforcement to get involved, to locate him and return him to me as the sole custody parent right now. So that order is in effect as of the 24th. That was issued by the judge. I've been working with Gilbert Police. We filed a missing child report. His name's been entered into the NCIC, and we're working on a few other things like an Amber Alert and some other things to get federal law enforcement involved as well.
Okay, so you have sole custody of him, and your wife, she knows about the temporary custody that the judge issued.
No, because they left on Monday.
Oh, okay.
And
that was issued the day they left or the day after.
Wow.
It was issued on Tuesday. We got the ruling from the judge.
Okay, so is your wife not answering the phone? Are they kind of off the grid, so to speak?
Completely off the grid. I believe Brooke has.
He knows where they're going and everything.
I contacted Boise police Monday night, and they routed me to the police that was assigned to the airport. And they were able to pull video footage, and they saw Abby, my daughter, my wife, and Blaze come off of the airplane and leave the airport and get into the white SUV that Brooke is driving.
Okay, so his brother-in-law is driving this. It sounds like a girl vehicle to me. That's my first instinct.
They did see a phone in Abby's hand, so I think Abby has her phone.
So, okay. Put a pin in that.
I think Brooke has his phone, but in an exchange message we were privy to.
With whom and from whom and what?
on another device. Abby mentioned that Spring doesn't have her phone, and
So his estranged wife does not have her phone.
that they
Get your lies right.
Brooke was instructing Abby to keep Blaze away from her phone and make sure he didn't know any passwords to her phone.
Well,
so
let me go back
they're
on
away
that.
from and that
And get it
Spring
right.
doesn't have her phone.
Ow, sorry.
And that Brooke was instructing Abby to keep Blaze away from her phone and make sure.
Okay, so Uncle Brooke was like, okay, Abby, don't let your grown ass teenage, but he's built like a brick house brother, get around these phones. Don't be letting them see them passwords. I guess she knows the passwords. I don't know. Why wouldn't Spring have a phone? It don't make no damn sense.
He didn't know any passwords to her phone. So
unless she left her phone to break away from being followed by this dude here, Ben and his sins, right? Maybe. I'm just throwing these things up there. That's all. Those are things that pop out at me.
Off the grid in terms of communicating with us, but I think they have phones, Brooke and Abby.
Okay.
They could have other phones.
Ping the phones. They will be pings, okay? I love the pings. I turned on every location service as soon as I learned about the pings. I was like, oh, hell yeah. If I go down, y'all are going to know my last known location unless it's covered up. And then I'll just tell you, I'll haunt you. I'm just kidding. I won't haunt you.
Do you know
I'll leave you feathered.
why Idaho, or do you think they've gone elsewhere? You know,
They're just attracted to the Idaho.
flown into Boise and then gone somewhere else.
Correct.
I think they may have gone into Oregon, but I think they're staying close to Idaho. I don't know why Idaho. I remember years ago, my wife, when she was into Julie Rowe stuff, I think Julie had mentioned something about Idaho.
Okay, Joseph Smith did too. All right. Just know that. He called them safe cities, just like they call them cities of refuge. It's nothing new. Been around since the inception of Mormonism. Okay, move along.
Being a safe place to gather, but I don't know. I don't know why Idaho.
Then why'd you just throw that in there?
Are you worried for your son's safety?
No, but he wants us
Absolutely. Absolutely. I fear.
No, but he wants us to be, in my opinion.
For his safety, especially my uncle doing something to him. If my son is contentious or rebellious or belligerent, I fear that my brother-in-law.
Is there a past history of this? Is there? I mean, what does he have to just throw that in there? I mean, from what experience? From what logical place? It's like full-on character assassination, which is normal, standard Mormon behavior, in my opinion. When they're done with you, they will assassinate your character. They will shoot you down. I mean, disarm you. Okay? They're going to take everything. They are going to take everything.
Would restrain him or do something that
I mean, where is he basing this from? Is there a history of child abuse? Is there any police records? Has child services been called in? Where is he basing all these claims from?
Would incapacitate him because my brother-in-law, when he left notes for his children.
Okay, so he sounds like a caring guy. I mean, he left notes. Just saying. If they're adult children, you know what I mean? Like, we don't know the situation. We just know what this guy is wanting us to know, projecting us to know. I mean, to the best of his knowledge or to the best of his imagination, whichever it may be, it's up for us to decide.
Saying he was not coming back and that something amazing was going to happen very soon.
Awesome. You know, do we get the beer floats? What do? We get kegs. How do we do where's our part in the second coming of Jesus Christ? Holy hell.
With the return of the Savior. And he
cool. Yay.
essentially wrote a last will and testament. And
I mean, how old is he? Is that normal? I don't know. You know, some people do, some people don't. How does he know that? It's kind of one of them things.
Divided out all his assets. He moved money into his children's accounts.
Well, that's good. That means he didn't bring it. You know, like, So he's probably not. Anyways, it doesn't add up for somebody who's going live in the damn wilderness and use their nephew as a Davidic servant to usher in the second coming of Jesus Christ. Make it make sense to me.
And to his wife's account, who's actually going through a very contentious divorce from. So he basically liquidated.
That's probably where the money moving. That's why the money moving happened because I just read some divorce proceedings in Arizona. I don't know what it's like in Idaho. Just saying it's about the same kind of process. Assets, sharing, community property, blah, 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 blah. Responsibilities, who gets what. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everything and divvied that up.
Or the soon-to-be ex-wife.
And told where he wanted all his assets to go. So I'm very concerned, yes.
He sounds like he takes
care of business. And was that within the past week or so that he did that?
He left those notes on Monday. That's when they discovered them when I called them and said, hey, do you know what's going on? Do you know what happened to Abby and Brooke and Blaze and Spring? And they immediately went over to the house he was staying at, and he had left notes.
Oh, wow. What did they say?
Yeah, I can understand.
Where are they at? Where are all their guns ablazing? The family members speaking out. Why wouldn't they be worried about their father? He left notes, saying this awesome thing is happening and Jesus Christ is coming back for the second time. They're playing a big part in it. No.
Would be worried. What about finances for your wife? I mean, if they're all on the run, are they sufficient enough to?
Yes, they all live on love now.
Be able to last a couple of months if they're traveling, or do you think that money's going to run out? Has there been any use of her debit or credit cards that you know of?
So we think Brooke took about $50,000 in cash. My wife did not take any money.
Brooke, okay, so that's probably his half of the divorce settlement with his soon-to-be or maybe ex-wife. Checks out.
And
he would have got that information, maybe, allegedly, possibly from Brooke's ex-wife. I wonder, it sounds like a lot of demonization, for people who are about to be in their past. He maybe don't want to be divorced because, divorce is right there. It's right up there with murder, allegedly, in Mormonism. So they're like, oh, to hell with it. Might as well murder you.
She does have credit cards, but that I don't have access to, but I don't.
Well, really? Well, how do you know that?
Suspect that she would try to use any of those.
Well, how do you know?
She didn't try to take any money out of our shared savings.
Consider yourself lucky.
Account or use our shared credit cards. Abby did withdraw about $4,000 in cash out of her and her husband's account, and
whom her husband Braden does share that he and his wife Abby, they began their relationship, their courting and everything, being joint business partners. They had a joint venture in a business together. So that checks out.
Drain that account and spent over $1,000 on all this survival gear. So
where's the receipt? That's a lot. That sounds so blown. That I just called that $1,000 of all this tents and blah, 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 all these things that they're going to pack in their little suitcases in Arizona, trek across the, from the southern part of United States to the northern part of the United States, trek into Canada, allegedly, and just hide out in the cavity of a rock till Jesus Christ comes back. And they're going to spend it with their brother, sister, and another brother and sister. It doesn't add up. What's on that receipt? What did they bring you? How did they pack it? Why would they do that there in Arizona? Why wouldn't they? Is it cheaper? No state taxes or something? What gives? Why not just shop in Boise and or Canada?
I think Brooke's been planning for a while. I think he's the one that's the financer.
Okay. I mean, you said earlier that he was a year and a half into this, whereas your wife been doing it and planning and plotting and researching and just really, really her hobby has been looking into the second coming. It's not a hobby. It's not an issue. They're making it an issue. People ushering in the second coming of Jesus Christ. It seems very, very, I don't know outside of this. I don't know a lot about Jim Jones. I don't know all their crap. I'll say those are legit cult leaders from the looks of it. But something is going on here, and it's being labeled as these gurus, these fringes. That's why there's so many fringes. It's been going on for a hot minute, and it works for the church. Something is a scapegoat. Something is a scapegoat.
I think he's the one deciding where they go, where they stay.
He is the guy. As her brother. I mean, if my brother, I mean, I'm just putting me and my brother and just, you know, kind of fitting it to applying it to my life. I trust my brother. He's the guy. He's more, he knows all the things about, he used to want to be wildlife and fisheries, whatever. I can't think of the name, but you know, that's what he used to want to be. I mean, all throughout my life, he can live off the land. And so I would look to him. And that's what my religion as a Mormon has ingrained in my head as a woman, as a daughter, as a mother, as a female in this religion, has conditioned me to believe and think, to depend on the man. Okay, it's normal in this situation.
Yeah, I think they have the financial means to be on the run for a while if they want to.
Anybody could.
Wow.
They can also get jobs.
What can the public do to help?
Look for a
You can do my bidding for me and enact armies now, you know, because that's exactly what the hell happened.
a white Lexus SUV with pink tow hooks on the front.
Sounds like a girly car. I mean, I'm just saying, that's my first impression. It's like, this is either, I don't know, it just sounds like it'd be for one of his like his brother-in-law's daughters or his ex-wife or whatever.
We presume there's a dealer license plate on the back.
So it sounds new, or somebody is in the car sales business
of that vehicle. It's a Lexus GX, I think 470, but it's been outfitted for off-road, so it has big 33-inch tires.
Okay, there it sounds. I just pictured Zombieland, straight up Twinkie searching and everything. No, it's being hyped up, in my opinion. I know it's not going to be popular with everybody. I'm just breaking this down logically.
And a lift, and we think that they're commuting in that still. We don't think they're hunkered down in the mountains.
Not yet. Not till you dub and deem it proper. Okay, not until it fits your narrative. Okay, go carry on.
None of them like the cold.
Then why in the F are they going where it is cold? Why not Bermuda? Hawaii is a popular Mormidor place to go.
They're not outdoorsy people, so they don't have survival.
Why in the F are they buying freaking tents and spending money $1,000 worth of survival gear from the box sporting goods store? Make it make sense.
Survival skills. Yeah, they're not survival people that way.
Sounds like he got outsmarted, in my opinion.
And do you think your son would try to get away or call for help, or if he's in the mental state to do so? You know, if you mentioned that they might have drugged him or something. I mean, is your son?
That's a lot of conjecture right there. That's a whole lot of projection, in my opinion. Just a grab.
Absolutely.
Or is he going to try to get along with them?
No, he would say, this is stupid.
No, he wouldn't. That's his mother and his sister and his uncle. They're not foreign. They're not strangers to one another. I mean, I really think he's blowing it up out of proportion.
Get me out of here. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm sure they have to restrain him.
The only thing that worries me is he's a teen. Teen want to be with their friends. Okay, any team. They want to be with their phone technology. They want to be at their football games. So I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know if he left knowingly. He didn't exert any stressors or anything. According to Braden, his brother-in-law, who saw Blaze sit in the car of his mother-in-law, Spring.
If they go anywhere to a public space, I'm positive of that. And I mean that
He's a big
Brooke would probably do that, and potentially Abby.
I mean, Brooke didn't appear to be a big dude to me either. And I'm just throwing that out there.
So absolutely, I think Blaze would want to get away. Absolutely. No doubt in my mind.
Are there any areas, Ben, where you guys are focused on, like maybe a search? I know you're out kind of doing your own investigating and sleuth work here in Idaho. But any areas that you want to make the public aware of, at least?
Anybody check and see if there is a freaking, what do you call it? Cash grab. GoFundMe for this guy or Braden.
This point where you think they might be versus others?
Western Idaho, Boise area, Coeur d'Alene, on the other side of the border.
Why?
With Oregon, I think that's where we feel right now like things could be where
they could be in freaking Puerto Vallarta, for all we know. Because their passport's been used. FBI's involved now, so I'm going to do some research when I get off of here. Sorry I'm holding y'all so late.
Things could be going on.
All right. Well, I hope that, this ends peacefully and that your son's back home very soon. How are you taking all of this? I mean, your life just has had like a bomb dropped on top of it. How are you doing?
Look, I have 5 children. So Blaze is wrapped up into this. Abby, my daughter's wrapped up into this. I have a son on a mission in Africa right now.
There's one.
I have 2 daughters.
Where are they at?
I'm just trying to stay.
This could be persecution complex. I'm trying not to read too much into it.
Strong for them, obviously, but it's hard. It's really hard.
Yeah, understandably.
Really hard. The literature they've been reading and the books and all this.
Especially when you lose control, and you're getting got, maybe. Allegedly, perhaps. Who knows?
Studying has just taken them down these dark rabbit holes and just has
Why
completely corrupted their brain. They're all good people. They're all
good. They're great people.
Wonderful people. But getting into these dark topics has really corrupted them in a really horrible way. But they genuinely are just loving, kind people before any of this unfolds.
But it's not been. They didn't just happen. Okay, it wasn't like okay, we're wilding out now. Ben sins, or I think at the core of this.
Folded.
Right. Ben, who is the main police agency? Are you working with Gilbert, Boise, both?
I came to Boise because I thought I could work directly with them, but they were unwilling to assist.
You? Why? That is a big question mark for me.
And were not able to help me.
They're a freaking they're there to protect and serve.
So I went and was able to get Gilbert Police involved, and they're the main agency right now. They have a detective assigned to this.
Okay. And how long do you plan to stay in Idaho?
I don't know. I bought a one-way ticket here. I don't know. I mean, I have a full-time job back home, but I'm willing to lose that job to stay here.
Does anybody know what he does for a living, by chance?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm
just going day by day and just trying to
don't cover your mouth.
Feel things out, and but I can't answer that for you.
Right. Well, to have a 16-year-old not be without his phone, I can't imagine.
That is weird. If he is, we don't know. He's just doing a lot of basically what I'm doing. I'm just reading the situation, and I don't know. There's 3 sides to every story. There's his, hers, and then there's the truth.
If he's like a normal 16-year-old.
Yeah, and we have information that they at least Brooke and Abby were planning this potentially as on Sunday. My son actually
I mean, of course they would. Why wouldn't they?
went to school on Monday, and my wife pulled him out at 10:38.
Did he say bye? Did he know he was going anywhere? Did he know he was getting checked out?
10 a.m. ish. So I think my wife
Oh,
left in haste.
Good
But
looking
yeah,
guy.
there's no way
Left in haste.
he's going along with this. There's absolutely, positively no way. I know my son, and so do my children. There's no way he's doing this on his own free will.
You mentioned
So I mean, there's no way I thought Lori could have murdered people that I love. Yet here we are,
something about an early birthday gift. When is his birthday?
November.
November 8th.
Okay, so
He will be 17 on November 8th.
he's turning 17 on November 8th.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Oh, Ben, I'm so sorry. I do want to help though get the word out and hope that the more people see this and talk about it. What in case your wife should see this, or your son, or your brother-in-law? What do you say to them? What would you say to them?
Yeah.
Just come back. We love you. Nothing's going to change about any of our relationships with you.
We shouldn't change with your children. So that leads me to think that he is aiming this at his wife. But she's wanting to change the relationship. He is not.
It's never too late to just say, you know what, maybe we made a mistake.
Why do they have to say they made a mistake? Did you make a mistake? Ben sins? I don't know.
We're not going to judge you.
Oh, I find that very difficult to believe.
We want to help you and support you.
Braden, I mean, he sat there and watched his frantic wife pack her bags, ask him to go, and then he refused. He didn't. That's so weird. And then their Ring doorbell camera turned up missing. Why? That's not a female. Females aren't like, oh my God, let me take the camera.
Heal, and
what was on that tape?
There's no anger or hate. We just want you back and safe, and we want to be with you.
Okay. Anyways, okay. I hate the damn sound. All right, that's enough. I'm done. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay. All right. I love you guys. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Sorry, I just saw go. Love always wins. That's all I know. I know this because it does. It is. It does. It will. It's the only thing that matters. It's the only thing that is human. That it's like love is God. God is love. Love always wins. And you guys are proof of this. I appreciate you guys being here. Blaze has been found. What the hell? Oh my God. Okay, found. Finish the end of that sentence, please. Safe? Alive? There was a big prepping expo. Okay. They probably flew from Boise. Okay. Oh, thank God. Has he been found? Okay. It's safe. Okay. Thank you, Lily Rose. Thank y'all. Wife arrested. Why? Details are unfolding. That's weird. I don't know. I haven't been able to read y'all's comments because I've been on the other damn screen. And so, I don't know. I poke holes in things. That's what I do. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. And I hope it's not some last-ditch effort to try and control his wife and stop her from leaving him and looking like a failure, being judged. We're not going to judge you. I just find that so hard to believe. Okay, that sounds right. Okay, that sounds, that's exactly what I thought. Because of everything that's been purported by Ben and his sins and his son-in-law Braden. Just saying. Oh, God, I'm so glad he is found safe, alive, and happy. I'm sure Abby's fine too. I'm sure everybody's fine. Mom and uncle in custody. So I wonder. I can't wait to find out those details. I'm dying to know if my instinct is right, if my intuition, or just, I don't know. I feel like I'm villainizing the dad, but it's like, what is the end game? What is the end game? Such outlandish claims that have obviously made headlines before, not too long ago, and it involved my family's murders and my aunt. And that's how I met you, great people, right? Yeah, love one tonight too. It does. Oh my God. Okay, so I'm glad we went long. 4 hours now. Cheese and rice. You guys are some troopers, or glutton for punishment. I don't know. But I mean, I'm glad we're ending on a high note. Thank you, Lord Jesus, right? That's good. Whew. Okay. Are y'all tired? I'm tired. We're tired. Thank God. Okay, my shoulders are dropped. Good. That's a happy ending, no matter the details. I mean, everybody's alive. Everybody's accounted for. Good. But what up with all these claims? He gonna have some explaining to do. Somebody's gonna explain all this crap. I'm not just gonna let this go. I think so too. That's, I would, if I were police, that's exactly how I would handle a situation that's been purported and reported on this way. Hey, that's good. We did good. Everybody's great. Great. Thank you. Y'all are awesome too. Okay. Thank y'all for the support, the super chats, and tomorrow. Okay. Yeah. So when I get off here, I'm going to work on scheduling a members only live for tomorrow. I'm going to do it like tomorrow evening, probably about 7, 8, Saturday night. Yes. Yeah. I mean, he is a damn teenager. Teenagers like to talk. That sounds legit. That sounds like the rest of the story, in my opinion. It's just a lot of conjecture, a lot of assumptions. They say it makes an ass, or assume it makes an ass out of you and me. Anyways, I don't know. Divorces are nasty. We complicate things, and especially in such a high demand religion who, I mean, everything is based conditionally and upon your worthiness to the organization. Okay. And when you have and there's so many other stressors, right? And I mean, it is a ticking time bomb. Like Lori Damn Daybell. I feel like a ticking time bomb. She would just wanted to be a good wife, a good mother. Fail, right? And sometimes it just makes me feel like a ticking time bomb, or I'm basically a ticking time bomb. And nothing was ever said that was more true than that statement right there. And it's going to bust. They're going to bust. Things are going to nut up, if you will. You cannot put pressures like that. I mean, from masturbation, sexual, the purity culture, all those things, normal things, pent up. They're pent up, and they just are like, everybody's nutting up for real. Anyways, that was raising red flags for me too, especially remembering Charles asking for help, right? I'm all about the guys. They get overlooked just like, and dismissed like my Uncle Charles. That bothers me. Why did this guy, just the story just rubbed me wrong? And I mean, I didn't go into it like, oh yeah, I'm just not gonna subscribe to anything that they're saying. Anyways, I don't know. We'll see. We'll find out. Love always wins. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Thank y'all for being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Members only live chat. First one.